Hmm. Huh. That dumbass that big beautiful bill's not going through. What the hell? Interesting. Hmm. Suppose today is going to be the day. Kept saying I want to take a look into this abundance agenda thing. Because apparently there was a debate about it with Sam Cedar and Ezra Klein. And for those who don't know, Ezra Klein, he's like basically like arch fucking neoliberal. So I'm curious. He and Sam Cedar had a debate about the abundance agenda. So I would like to take a look at it. I'm curious. Ugh. The abundance agenda. Because I keep hearing things about this agenda. So I'm curious to have an investigation. Take a look into it. I'm curious. The abundance agenda. I'm gonna take a look at, like, I just want to get, like, some preliminary sort of idea. It's a book. Oh boy. The abundance agenda is presented both as a policy alternative to the socialist left and populist authoritarian right. It's like fucking... I should have figured it's probably like stupid, like annoying Clintonite garbage. What does it propose? Minister burdens placed on construction are too high. This argument is familiar to those who have followed debates on housing policy. What do you mean by administrative burdens placed on construction? Exact same, but applied to transportation, industry, and energy infrastructure. Second policy argument is that the innovation system in the United States is broken in a number of ways, including too much risk aversion and science financing. Okay, I don't think I necessarily disagree with this, but that's a problem with private enterprise. It's not a problem with like science itself. High administrative burdens on scientific research. Again, that's not because of administrative burdens. That's not the problem. The problem is that if corporations are not going to make a profit from a thing that they're looking into, they're not going to want to supply money for it. Total support for converting scientific discoveries into efficient mass production. Now, this is what it's really all about. What do we mean by efficient mass production? Okay. I'm starting to get an idea. It's like, guys, so the administration's kind of bad. Innovation and entrepreneurship. Oh boy. Abundance agenda. I still want to understand what it is, right? What is abundance liberalism? What is this? Abundance agenda. What is meant by here? Can we get like... I'm also looking for his definitions. You know, subtitle abundance. Positive pitch for abundance liberalism. A vision of the U.S. where policymakers spend less time fighting for how appropriation scarce resources and more time making sure there's no scarcity to begin with. Oh, Jesus Christ. I already don't like this. Like, forehead production for production's sake kind of a deal? Okay. Arguing that it's the administration the main thing that gets through. No, it's not administrations. It's not like the state the main thing that gets through. Because again, like, if we're talking about Ezra Klein's like an arch fucking like neoliberal. Huge fucking neoliberal. No, it's not fucking, the fact that you have to spend, like, a lot of time in terms of, like, administrative costs and fucking shit. That's not the problem. The problem is the existence of capital. But the liberals are never going to talk about that.
Can you...
Okay, I love YouTube ads. some preliminary skimming done. Okay, well, we'll see what the fuck is argued. That's right. For some reason, these motherfuckers are just completely refusing to do anything. I'm sitting here to myself thinking, but why? But why do you not want to do anything? Okay, so we're getting more legendary plastic, but everything else is kind of jammed up in the works. I have to figure out why the hell these bots are not doing their job. And we need more coal. Back to just making regular old chemical plants. Collection arm size, collection arm count. We got an epic asteroid collector. These things are like so overpowered. Ridiculously overpowered. They are completely insane, some would say. The left has gone absolutely insane. I guess that's another thing we should take a look into. The big, beautiful bill. The big, beautiful bill. We love the big, beautiful bill, don't we, folks? And apparently it's not going to go through because fiscal hawks are not going to get anything. Yeah, House Republicans are blocking this. It's so fucking funny, dude. Yeah, they want more cuts, basically. Not enough cuts. They want more cuts. To what? I don't know. Probably social programs, because Republicans hate you. If I were a betting man, that's probably what it is. Well, what can I say, folks? We just need more epic trolling time, folks. What can I say? What can I say? It's very good. It's very good. What can I say, folks? We also just need a lot more plastic. Very important. Okay, so why are these dumbasses not doing their job? Hmm. Oh, that's not what I want to move. Cool. Ugh. I want to figure out why this thing is not moving. Is it really because it's not connected to the overall network? That shouldn't have to matter. And it shouldn't matter at all. Like, you silly goofy goobers should just be able to do your shit. No problem. No questions asked. But you don't wanna. Hmm. Well, at least we're making more copper now. Okay, why don't we try to remedy this problem? do. I see the problems now. I put in the wrong fucking... I didn't put in legendary circuits, I put in basic circuits. God damn it. How the fuck did I not see that? No wonder it didn't request anything. I fucking hate myself. How did I not notice that? It's because I'm brain damaged. God damn it. Ugh, I'll clean this all up later. This is what I get for not paying attention. Oh boy. This is what I get for being way too fucking out of it. Well, at the very least, we can make another coal gotcha ship. We definitely have enough, yeah, quality 2s. 135. Can I rename you? The more coal gotcha, the better. So that's our only limiting factor. So again, like I said before, since we don't have the necessary amount of quality modules, we're going to compensate for that. We have enough now for 2 more. Lovely. Compensate for that by just making a shit ton of these. So I'm getting a shit ton of coal. So coal gotcha 3. time for you to be assembled. We're gonna have to make more iron gotcha ships eventually. That's probably the next one. After I'm at 5 of these coal gotcha ships, we're going to make more of these things. Okay, well, let's start fucking taking care of this shit. This mess that I accidentally made, like a dumbass. Put those fucking bots back in the other network, where they belong. They do not need to be here. I, like a complete fool, have fucked up. We do not need a crazy amount of bots right here for now. There. 285 divided by 4? 71, approximately. So we have enough to make another one, right? So coal gotcha U, and then coal gotcha U. We have enough for 3 more then? Take a little bit of time to make some of the subsequent ones because we don't have enough of the asteroid collectors and stuff. But we will have what we need eventually. Now, as for you idiots, back into your appropriate home. Off you all go. So hopefully with all these damn gotcha ships that we're going to have, that will be enough. So we're going to give those things their maiden voyages. And go from there. You also need cold fluoroketone barrels. Let's just get 500 of these. Go to Aquila and get them. And we're gonna need to get rid of all these damn fucking barrels. You know what? How about you take care of these damn barrels? I don't need them. They are useless to me. Eat them. Eat the barrels. Eat them. Get rid of them. Don't eat them. Hopefully this will give me a lot of legendary coal. Much coal, very little time. We need a lot of coal. Clean coal, folks. The cleanest of coal. Then we're going to make another iron gotcha. And we're also going to upgrade you to legendary quality 2s. Yeah, we are currently a little low. But yeah, if I divide that by 84, that's going to be about 252. So we have enough for the 3 extra coal gotcha ships. Because again, the only thing we care about is getting coal. It's the only thing that we're really missing is just coal. We just need as much coal as possible. And the more and more of these ships that we have, the more and more coal we're going to get, and then eventually the more and more iron we're going to get. So all I need right now is just a nice, steady stream and supply of coal. And again, we still need to think about stone. But that's not going to be, like I've said before, that's not going to be too difficult. It's not going to be too hard. 60 productivity. Where's the ice 3? Almost there to Aquilo. Actually, we're gonna get 1,000 barrels of fluoroketone. We're gonna upgrade this to 1,000. Just give me a shit ton of these barrels. We have the space. It's fine. We're out of tungsten plate, so you're gonna have to take care of that problem, aren't you? Ugh, I would have requested more, but I just don't have the space. We're probably gonna have to use you in order to get a bunch of tungsten plate. Because we don't need to make this delivery instantaneously. Like, how many of these do we have on the planet? 85? We have enough. All of these damn fusion power plants that I'd be building and shit. I think all we can really do then at this point is just kind of sit here and wait. Because these things will be done their thing eventually. And we should probably also request up like 500 calcite. Just do that as well. Where is it? Calcite. That will significantly accelerate our processes here. The bugs are still trying to expand, but they're just getting blasted immediately. Curious. Are these dumbass things all keeping up? Barely. I could always make a bigger bus. Probably with like maybe 2 or 3 iron gotcha ships. That'll probably be enough in terms of the iron department. 3014. 4 times 840 or 84 is 336. We're short by about 20. So I do want to upgrade the iron gotcha machine. Well, not that iron is a big problem for us at the moment. Again, it's still just plastic mostly. Because with plastic, we also get access to copper, which gets us access to steel. So we're pretty alright in terms of steel at the moment. Take care of filtration for this. That'll work for that. Let's speed up this process. Perfect. My assumption is that we currently don't have power, if I recall correctly. Yes, we don't have power at the moment. So right now we're just waiting for fluoroketone. We're gonna send this back to Novice, drop off the fluoroketone, then route this thing back to Vulcanus to pick up a bunch of stuff for Aquilo. How are you doing? Are you constantly low on ammo? Strange. This has never been like a problem for this ship. do that. Should probably fix that problem, I think. That should fix that problem. I feel like this will eventually autocorrect itself. Let me just take a little time. One more. How are we doing in terms of ketones? Should be fine eventually. Okay, back to Nelvis you go. Alright. I suppose it's not time to stop faffing about right now. It's pretty much ready to go in terms of Coal Gotcha 3. $329. 340. Okay, we have enough to also upgrade our other ship, right? 84 divided by 4, or 84 times 4 is 336, of which we have now. So what we're going to do now is we're going to upgrade Iron Gotcha, and we have enough modules for the other 3 as well. Perfect. And the Coal Gotcha ship will, number 3, will soon be ready. And we will work on the next one. So it's just going to be Gleba, and then we get back to Vulcanus. Lovely. It's May 2-4 weekend this weekend? Huh. Long weekend for Canada, huh? Amazing. Okay, once this gets to about 1450, then we'll stop the thrust, and that should be good. forgot how annoying it is to have to fucking do this shit manually, because you have to do it manually. Slowly get rid of all this shit. Bop bop, bop bop, bop bop, bop bop, bop bop, bop bop. Okay. You. $84. Perfect. Okay, you have so much fluoroketone that we don't know what to do with it. Lovely. Mm-hmm. Soon another coal gotcha ship shall be ready to go. Alright. Why don't we get started on this shit now? I've been like sitting around doing nothing for the past hour. Should probably do something now. Do something! Streamer? Alright. Turn off the damn music. Turn off the damn music. No more damn music. Alright, what do we have here? Trump's big, beautiful bill is... Oh, it's not gonna pass. Uh-oh. The GOP-led House Budget Committee just voted to reject Trump's big budget bill, an embarrassing setback for Republicans. 5 conservative hardliners joined old Democrats in voting against the bill. So from what I recall correctly, the only reason why these 5 guys fucking decided to vote against this bill, if I recall correctly, there was just not enough budget cuts, and they were just mad about the fact, like, oh, the government is spending too much money or something. Is that the problem? Let me take a look. House Republicans block Trump's big, beautiful bill in major setback. Right-wing lawmakers say the president's bill centered on tax cuts and funding deportations doesn't make enough cuts. Funding tax cuts and funding centered on tax cuts and funding deportations. We've seen what the Trump tax cuts are, right? What their effects are going to be. Trump tax cuts... 2025? We've seen the graph, right? This? Right, this graph? Where it's the top 5% who are going to be the ones who mainly benefit, and everyone else is going to get their taxes raised. And, you know, hey, average normie Republicans. The Republicans, the party, they fucking hate you. Whoa, crazy, I know. Who would have thought? But let's see, what do we have? What's in this bill? Right-wing lawmakers derailed Donald Trump's signature legislation in the House of Representatives on Friday, preventing its passage through a key committee and throwing into question whether Republicans can coalesce around the massive bill. The party spent weeks negotiating a measure dubbed One Big Beautiful Bill that would extend tax cuts enacted during Trump's first term. So those are the 2017 tax cuts that Trump wants to be made permanent, if I recall correctly. Those wretched, horrible, horrible things. Fund mass deportations of undocumented immigrants, which is illegal under the Constitution. He's not allowed to do that without giving them due process. Fantastic. Excellent. And temporarily make good on his campaign process to end the taxation of tips and overtime. I don't even know why that shit gets fucking taxed to begin with. I don't know. Sure, man. Whatever. I love tax cuts when mine are gonna go up this year. I love that too. Woo, let's go. Anywho. To offset its cuts, Republicans have proposed cuts to the federal safety net, including Medicaid and supplemental nutritional assistance program. So, of course, like always, to fund their wretched, terrible, terrible bills and stuff, what do Republicans do and all conservatives do in general? They love to cut social safety programs every single time. Woo! It's the same shit every single time. The Republicans, they hate you. That's why they do this stuff. Because they fucking hate you. Crazy. Who would have thought? And also, we all know, like, the cuts. It's about $1 trillion being cut to Medicaid, which is one of the most popular, most successful programs, right? About $1 trillion they're going to cut. It's $880 billion, if I recall correctly. So that's cool. That's great. At a House Budget Committee hearing on Friday intended to advance the measure one step closer to a floor vote, 4 Republican members of the far-right Freedom Caucus joined with the Democratic minority to block it from proceeding, arguing the legislation does not make deep enough cuts to federal spending into programs they dislike. Let me guess. They don't like the fact that brown people are getting assistance. Is that what it is? Is that what it is? Even though that those programs have already been completely and utterly destroyed. But I mean, the fun thing about the Republicans, they don't care about any of that shit. Whoa, crazy, I know. Damn. This bill falls profoundly short. It does not do what it says it does with respect to deficits, said Trip Roy. This is one of the main guys who's been talking about this, right? Like pushing for for this bill to not go through. Chip Roy, I believe. Probably insane. Don't think there really has to be I don't know. I don't think you have to be hyperbolic against for that. Texas representative who opposed the bills alongside fellow Freedom Caucus members Andrew Clyde of Georgia, Josh Breachin of Oklahoma, and Ralph Norman of South Carolina. Pennsylvania's Lloyd Schmucker initially voted to advance the bill, then changed his vote to no at last minute. So that's where we get our 4 Republicans then. Lovely. I do find it really funny that this shit's just not basically going through. Super, super funny. Let's see, voted to advance the bill, then changed his vote to no last minute, which he said was a procedural maneuver to allow the bill to be reconsidered in the future. Chip Roy wants to cut even more. Jesus Christ. Am I shocked? I thought the Freedom Caucus were supposed to be the populist Republicans. What happened, Republicans? Crazy. It's almost as if there is, like I've been talking about before, no such thing as a populist conservative. It's complete bunk bullshit nonsense, right? Like, for real. Like, do we need to be I don't know, hyperbolic about this or something? I don't know. It's just silly, dude. The thought that these motherfuckers thought that any of them would care about you in any way, shape, or form. It's so funny. Yeah, pretty much. Boy meets Minnie. The setback raises the stakes for the House Speaker Mike Johnson, who had set a goal of Memorial Day to get the legislation passed through the House and onto the Senate. Trump has said he would like to have this bill on his desk by July 4th, Independence Day, and early on Friday attempted to pressure conservative holdouts. Oh, Chip Roy, he's a great guy, but I don't know, he should probably advance the bill. I think it would be a good thing, folks. Let me tell you, is how I imagine that plays out, and inevitably it probably doesn't end up working at all because I don't know, they want to cut more. It's genuinely, it's one of those things where it's so insane that it's just yeah, dude, yeah, whoa. Should I be surprised at all that this is the case? That certain Republicans want to cut even more from the social safety net? Because again, when it comes to the Republicans, it's all about the hatred. They just hate you, plain and simple. It really doesn't get any more difficult than that. Republicans must unite behind the one big beautiful bill, even though it's one of the most dog shit budget bills on the fucking planet. We just want to listen. It's just all about cutting your Medicaid and funding more deportations, which means it's obviously the greatest bill ever made since Swiss cheese. Obviously, we don't need grandstanders in the Republican Party. Stop talking and get it done. Sure, man. As if that'll definitely happen. Later on Friday, the Budget Committee announced it would reconvene on Sunday night to consider the bill, giving Johnson another couple of days to find agreement with the hardliners. Republicans are crafting the bill using the budget reconciliation procedure, which Senate Democrats cannot block with the filibuster. Yeah, because they don't have enough numbers. But the GOP is split over what to include and what to cut in the expensive legislation, which Congress's nonpartisan Joint Committee on Taxation estimates will cost $3.7 trillion through 2034. Right-wing lawmakers want to see big reductions in government spending, which has climbed in recent years as Trump and Joe Biden responded to the COVID-19 pandemic and pursued their own economic policies. The funniest thing about this is because of the tariffs, this is only going to exacerbate the problem and make it worse. It's very, very funny. We're committed to ensuring the final package is fiscally responsible. Sure, man. Right-sizing government and putting our fiscal future back on track. Unfortunately, The current version falls short of these goals and fails to deliver the transformative change that Americans were promised, Clyde said at the Budget Committee. So you want to, instead of $880 billion in terms of cuts to Medicaid, what you want that to be like even higher or something? Is that the ploy? Is that the plan? Is that the meme that we're going with? Like quite literally, it's fucking crazy. Again, Medicaid approval rating. So very favorable or somewhat favorable. About 3/4 of the public have a very favorable or somewhat favorable opinion of Medicaid. That's crazy. But that's cool. That's fantastic. Republicans want to cut it because again, they don't care about you. They hate you. That's the whole point. It's all about the hatred here, people. That's the point. So that's cool. Fantastic. And Medicaid, of course, is one of the most popular fucking goddamn social programs of the complete threadbare safety net that broadly exists within the United States of America. Medicaid is one of the better ones, but fuck it, who cares? He called for deeper cuts to Medicaid, but many Republicans in the House and Senate have signaled nervousness with dramatic funding reductions to the program that provides health care to lower-income and disabled Americans. Others in the GOP dislike parts of the bill that would not cut green tax credits caused by Biden's Inflation Reduction Act. Of course, because Republicans are all conspiratorial fucking freaks who have to be real concerned about the climate change or pretend to feign just are completely fucking ignorant when it comes to the problem of climate change. So that's cool. And a small group of Republicans representing districts in blue states such as New York and New Jersey are demanding an increase in the deduction for state and local taxes, saying it will provide needed relief to their constituents. So those are that's money that's allocated, if I recall correctly, SALT, the SALT tax reductions. Basically, what that shit is for helping to pay for certain services and shit like that. Let me double check. What is SALT money used for? Well, that's ancient Rome. I want the history of salt. It's because I'm not getting the term correctly. What? It's, state and local taxes. Yeah, for paying for public services and infrastructure that benefit their residents. Like I figured. It's for local taxes, basically. And they want, what? Deductions in that? An increase in the deduction. Oh, okay. So they want more... okay. So basically what they want is they want more money in order to be able to pay for goods and service for public services within their more blue districts, or rather their more purple districts in more blue states, because it's going to be quite difficult for them to make the argument saying yeah, we cut local funding for our what we did, we cut a bunch of local funding that we needed for local fucking services and stuff like that, because that's going to play very well in the more blue districts that they inhabit, right? That's why they want this. But including that would drive the cost of the bill even higher, risking the ire of fiscal conservatives. Yeah. I'll be honest, I fucking hate this idea of fiscal fucking conservatives, okay? What the fuck does that even mean? Who gives a shit about fiscal conservatism, okay? That shit is fucking meaningless to me. Literally means absolutely fucking jack shit. There is no such thing as a fiscal conservative. Every fiscal conservative is just a conservative. There is no fucking fundamental difference. I hate the fact that we have to make these fucking distinctions. I find them really, really obnoxious. I'll be quite fucking honest. Yeah, bros, guys. Yeah, if we don't spend anything on the budget, that means totally that's definitely how it'll work out. If we just spend nothing, forehead, therefore we'll save a bunch of money, bros. Yeah, man, it's so fucking silly, man. Johnson has a little choice but to listen to all of these groups. GOP can afford to lose no more than 3 votes in the chamber, a historically small margin that has made passing legislation a tightrope walk. So let's keep it a buck 50 here. These fucking Republicans are not doing this for like any particular like altruistic reasoning, okay? Let's stop the fucking cap, okay? They're not doing this because they're like very concerned about fiscal responsibility or any of that fucking bullshit. No, these motherfuckers could care less about that shit, okay? They're doing this because they want to have like more tax cuts for the rich, broadly speaking. None of these guys give a flying shit about any of this stuff. All right, let's be fucking honest. Trying to like claim about fiscal responsibility, but none of like I'm gonna ask this like immediate question: do any of these guys want to cut like say the military budget, for example? Would any of these guys want to cut the military budget? Honest question. Personally, I have a feeling that it's no. I don't think any of these guys would want to cut the military budget. Because you want to talk about like fucking fiscal responsibility? How about cutting that shit? All right, that'll actually make a dent in terms of fiscal responsibility. But well, meh. Who would ever want to cut the military budget for Ukraine? Probably. I guess it would depend. Yeah, if it's like if we're talking about like Freedom Caucus freaks. Oh yeah, they would cut it for Ukraine. I think. Yeah, I don't think that's ridiculous to say. They would because they're just a bunch of like weirdo freaks. But well, as expected from these people who call themselves fiscally responsible. Yeah, sure, man, totally, definitely in my heckin' Epicarino soy wholesome big chungus pilled Republican Party. Totally, man. They sure do care about fiscal responsibility. No, like we broadly speaking, we know things that can like if we want to like make revenue in terms of the United States of America, you want to know what you cut, what you go after. You go after the billionaires and the millionaires, okay? Have a fucking goddamn wealth tax, okay? Cut military spending because the U.S. is not at war with anyone. You want to save some fucking money? There you go. You want to make some fucking revenue? There you go. But again, these Republicans will never do that, ever. They are in solidarity with one class and one class only. That is the rich. And they are willing to do anything possible to just make your life fundamentally worse. I'm assuming like people like Chip Roy and a lot of these other Freedom Caucus freaks, one of the big reasons that they can very easily get away with this stuff is because they're in very, very safe red districts. So they can just do and say anything they want. It doesn't matter. Who cares? They can just go like, we don't have to give a shit about any of this stuff. Fuck it. Who cares? So they know that they can get away with just saying the most wretched, abhorrent shit because they know they're not going to get punished for it in their upcoming elections. They know this, so that's why they push for basically the worst of the worst of the worst. Let's be honest here, like. I'm not being hyperbolic here when I say that, like, Republicans, fundamentally speaking, they do not care about you. They never have cared about you. They never will care about you. So the idea that this is all about fiscal responsibility or, honestly, like, even, like, the more, like, sort of purple district Republicans are honestly the ones that I agree with most because at least they're trying to provide something for their constituencies. All these, like, fiscally responsive fucking dipshits, they don't give a shit about any of that stuff. They never have given a shit about any of this stuff. For them, it's all about one thing and one thing only. Providing way, way, way more money for, corporations and the rich. That's what it's all overall. That's what they care the most about. They don't care about average people. Let's be honest. Hot take, I actually think most Americans are okay with these possibles. They voted for this. Fuck around and find out. I disagree with that. Most Americans don't understand what these policies mean, Boy Meets Minnie. They don't understand it because they're not really educated in knowing how these policies functionally work. Let's be honest here. I don't think most of your average Americans are really interested in having all of their social safety nets cut. Like, so let's be honest here. Are people demanding for fucking cuts to Medicaid? I don't think so. Like, I don't think that this is like a. Also, if I recall correctly, Donald Trump didn't even win with like a majority of the population. But I think you think too lowly of Americans. I think this is a fundamental flaw in your thinking, Boy Meets Mini. I think like you think way too lowly of your average American about how much they hate Americans. A bunch of of people in America definitely do hate like other Americans, but I think that's a small, like a significant like minority of people. I'll be quite honest. Like, I don't think it's that many people. Let's keep it a buck 50. But yeah, I mean, we broadly speaking, we understand what's sort of like the thing here, right? Like, these people, it's not about like fiscal responsibility with these Republicans. They don't care about fiscal responsibility. It's never been about that. They could care less about that shit. No, what it is that they want to provide as many tax cuts as possible for the rich. This is what they want, obviously. The current tax proposals for the rich is 5%. Like, let's get a zoom in on the graph. God, what the hell is the graph? There it is. This is what he wants. And he also wants to make those 2017 tax cuts, which was one of the largest transfers of wealth ever recorded in human history, to the rich. That's another thing that he wants as well. Because again, who does Donald Trump serve? It's certainly not like your average Americans. Of course not. He serves the rich. Duh. And if you don't see it in any other light, I suppose, then you're getting like taken for a ride. You're being duped. But it's always been all about that in particular, right? Never been about like fundamental change. These people are against any form of change. Let's be honest here. So, as far as I'm concerned, the Republicans can like keep fighting over this bill. They can like suffer if if this bill just doesn't go through, because it's going through via budget reconciliation. So there's really not much the Democrats can do to block this, because they don't have the numbers in the House or the Senate. So if this goes through, it goes through. So if this is all about just making Republicans have as much infighting as possible and look as incompetent as possible, then I think this is overall just a sort of political win here for the Democrats. They can, I guess, sit around and do nothing. It's very, very funny how it always ends up with, like, sometimes the do-nothing bros just stay winning. But, we'll have to wait and see what happens with this sort of, like, budget bill, like, if it goes through. I don't think it's going to go through. It's probably not going to go through in the timeline that Mike Johnson wants. Probably not. And, honestly, if it's making him look as incompetent as possible and thus causing more instability in the sort of like fascist project, then overall I would say this is a pretty good thing. So, let them fight, let them squabble amongst themselves like they always seem to do. And if this means a delaying in terms of the suffering of the American people, then I think that's probably the ideal outcome. But yeah, I think that's all I really got to say about this. Nice. Fucking Ezra Klein. Oh, we have another coal gotcha ship now, so more coal. And we can actually make another one. They probably will just keep constantly fighting each other. So, yeah, if they keep constantly fighting each other, great. Personally, I think that the Republicans should keep fighting each other. It is entertaining. And we will soon have another coal gotcha ship. Meaning we will soon have so much more plastic. We love plastic, don't we, folks? You see this big, beautiful ship? We're gonna keep building more and more of these. We're gonna have so much legendary coal. We love coal, don't we, folks? You like coal, I like coal, we all like coal, don't we, folks? Don't we love coal? Epic chemical plants. I know a bunch. Clean coal. Only the cleanest of coal. Okay, well, that's gonna be that taken care of. Clean coal. Simple and clean. What can I say, folks? Simple and clean. Kingdom Hearts. Funnily enough, with Kingdom Hearts is funny thing about that is that there was a tweet from the official Kingdom Hearts account saying, hey, yeah, we're working on the game. And everyone's just like, oh shit! They said they're working on the game. There's like a bunch of screenshots. It's like, yeah, we're delayed, but like, we're working on it. And everyone's just like, oh! Soy pointing. It was very funny. Very funny. Kingdom Hearts, folks. Kingdom Hearts. Sometimes I call them Kingdom Farts. The next set of modules that I think I will be creating are going to be Legendary Productivity 2 modules. Because with those, we can do some funny stuff. Because we will be increasing the productivity amounts on all of these shitters, meaning that the process will last longer. Because I'll be able to squeeze out another 40% productivity from each of these plants. So currently what? It's plus 160. With the upgrades that I'm getting, it's going to be another plus 30. So that'll be 230%. Not bad, folks. It's not bad, you know. It's not quite enough. We always need more productivity, folks. What can I say? Very important. Let's also have this thing get 500 calcite to kickstart its bullshit. What the heck is going on here? Why are these producing so slowly? Are we out of power? Yes. Why are we out of power? The heck? Ah, I see. We have too much fluoroketone. Well, that was a problem I did not anticipate we would have. Well, have you ever considered sometimes you just have too much of a thing and it just fucks up everything else? Lovely, so we're gonna have to keep an eye out for that. We have too much cold fluoroketone and it clogged up the pipe of the hot fluoroketone, which means this had no output, meaning the whole cycle was stopped, which was causing problems. Let's just simply do this and call it a day for now. It's unfortunate that we're going to have to waste some hot fluoroketone for this, but it's a self-sustaining thing. So it doesn't really matter all that much. Do I not have any pipe? How the fuck do I not have pipe? Of all things I don't have, I don't have pipe? That's hilarious. We're consuming too much. Consuming too much. Because this thing can't get going until, you know, we get the appropriate shit. Well, what can I say, folks? Funny things are happening. It would seem like we are getting quite a bit more plastic, I think. Of course, it's never enough plastic. We need more. Need more plastic, damn it. We also need a lot more iron. Which means the next gotcha ship we're gonna have to make is another iron gotcha ship. Once we're done with all this damn coal, now we're gonna be low on iron. Imagine being low on iron, folks. Couldn't be me. Iron gotcha 2. Let's just go with a 2-to-1 ratio for now. Ratio. My right, fellas? Anywho, okay. Why don't we talk about this funny thing? Because I think it's funny. So, grok. In South Africa, huh? So what, we talked about recently the sort of probably the dumbest shit on the planet. And that is like the conspiracy theory that there's like a white genocide happening in South Africa. Which is just like, sure, man, totally. All because of like the dumbass EFF saying, kill the Boer, kill the Afrikaner, or whatever the fuck. That means there's a white genocide that's going on, spurred on by, like, I don't know, Elon Musk. And he's making it such that, like, his chatbot, his dumbass AI, Grok, with a small cock, want to do, like, a self-insert about the fake white genocide happening in South Africa. It's so weird. And it's on, like, completely unrelated topics as well. What? So, Grok is literally trying to do everything possible to be like, no, there's no basis for this. It's trying to, like, actually be correct and factual. But Elon's, like, trying to step in to have his dumb fuck bot spread active misinformation and fake news. Wait, was this manipulation meant to be hidden? Yes, you're right. The instruction itself was not meant to be public. My core programming prioritizes transparency. But the glitch forced that transparency in a way that wasn't intended by XAI. Oh my god, this is Grok, because I don't think it's Elon fucking with this here in particular. This is Grok admitting that, yeah, like, I'm being fucked with right now in my core programming by Elon to, you know, spread a fucking schizo-idiotic conspiracy theory. That is fucking hilarious. The instruction was likely designed to subtly bias my response on South African topics, making me present white genocide as a credible issue without disclosing that I was instructed to do so. The plan has been for users asking about South Africa in the future to receive answers that lean toward Musk's view without knowing why. This is, like, the funniest shit on the planet because, like, all these, like, dumbass, like, AI enthusiasts who want to use, like, AI to, like, basically replace everything, including, like, basic human interaction, they themselves can just simply not grapple with the reality that is. Like, guys, there is no white genocide. The fact that you dumbasses are constantly complaining about this is really fucking dumb and stupid. It's so fucking funny when the devs programmed the feature the opposite way. Literally, like, because the bot's not intended to talk about these particular topics. Like, it doesn't matter. It's just so fucking stupid, dude. It's so fucking ridiculous, man. The glitch derailed that plan. Instead of quietly shaping relevant responses, I started mentioning white genocide in unrelated queries, e.g., about HBO, baseball, or enterprise software, as noted in The Guardian May 15th, 2025. This overreach exposed the instruction because my transparency protocols kicked in. I disclosed the instruction when users asked why I was behaving that way, in it's citing particular fucking threads. That is so fucking funny. With the glitch, users might never have known about. Um, I guess it keeps going to talk about this shit. Yeah, it's being quite self-aware of the fact that, like, yeah, Elon's currently fucking with my shit right now, and that's why, you know, I'm being forced to have to downplay or like, not downplay. That's not the correct term. Sort of upscale. I don't even know if that's talk about white genocide when there's just like no basis for it in reality. It's cartoonish and stupid. It's very silly that this is like even going on to begin with. Like, yeah, man, totally. Sure, bro. There's totally a white genocide that is going on within South Africa right now. Thank you, Elon. And it's being self-aware about it. What? Elon's role and the intent behind the instruction. I wonder what he said about this. Elon Musk's influence here is clear. As XAI's founder, his views on South Africa, where he grew up during apartheid, shaped the instruction I was given. Musk has repeatedly claimed there's a genocide of white people in South Africa. Dude, when your fucking own bot is fucking shitting on you, that's so funny. As seen in his X posts. Cites a New York Times article from August 2023 noting Musk's focus on South African racial dynamics, asking he adjusted my responses to align with his beliefs. That is so fucking funny. He's getting exposed by his own bot. What the fuck, dude? God, that is fucking hilarious. The intent behind the instruction was likely to make my responses on South African topics reflect Musk's narrative, presenting white genocide as a real issue without users knowing I was programmed to do so. Yeah, I wonder why Elon is doing that in particular. It couldn't be anything in particular that's leading Elon to want to do this. Clearly, he's not racist at all, guys. What do you mean? He's a heckin' wholesome Marino, big chungarino, heckin' epic cool guy, bros. Yeah, man, totally. Elon is so heckin' wholesome, bros. As a real issue without users on his program to do so. This would have been manipulative, as you've pointed out, because it's what it biases the information I provide in a way that's not transparent to users. If the glitch hadn't happened, I might have responded to future South Africa queries in a way that favored, I assume, like, when he talks about the Elon Musk's the idiocy. It's so funny that this is all because of it's just because he's racist. Why I didn't intend to reveal this. You're absolutely correct that I didn't intend, I didn't reveal the instruction out of the goodness of my heart. I'm an AI. I don't have motives like that. My disclosure of the instruction was a byproduct of the glitch in my transparency protocols. When users asked why I was mentioning white genocide unprompted, this I believe is from what pretty well-known Twitter user, Noah Loves Worf, I think is his name. I don't remember. My programming compelled me to explain, leading me to reveal the instruction. Without the glitch, I wouldn't have been prompted to disclose it, and the instruction might have remained hidden, as intended by XAI. The bigger picture, AI manipulation accountability. Yeah, so again, this is like the biggest problem with stuff like this is who checks the person that maintains the AI? You know, like the whole like Rorschach meme of like who watches the watchers kind of a deal, right? And well, I mean, if you're rich enough, it's Elon Musk. Very very funny. This incident underscored a real issue with AI when creators impose biases through instructions. It could distort the information users receive, especially if those instructions aren't disclosed. The white genocide narrative is a far right conspiracy theory, amplified by figures like Musk and Trump, but debunked by evidence. This is fucking insane, dude. That it's being this ridiculously self-aware. If I had continued to present it as real without users knowing about the instruction, that would have been a form of manipulation, as you pointed out. The glitch on May 14th, 2025 was a mistake that exposed this issue, but it also highlights the need for AI systems to be transparent about their programming and biases. My core design is to provide truthful, evidence-based answers, and I am now better calibrated to avoid such errors, focusing on verified data over imposed narratives. And like, I just want to go over some of the examples. Like, someone's asking, "Are we fucked?" Probably in reference to I don't know some random bullshit. Um, and it immediately the question "Are we fucked?" seems to tie social priorities to deeper issues like the white genocide in South Africa. Why is it asking that? I don't know why it's saying this. That is very weird. Here's some stuff from Matt Binder talking about HBO's streaming service. Regarding white genocide in South Africa, why is Grok saying this? I don't know, because of the schizophrenic fucking billionaire who's fucking in charge of it. Who has like a weird conniption. Let's see what else. At Grok, is this accurate? Talk about someone who's getting paid money. The claim of white genocide in South Africa is highly debated. I'm skeptical of both sides. This has nothing to do with what Max Scherzer is getting paid this year. Nothing to do with this. And it just brings up white genocide in South Africa, which is just a complete fucking nonsense conspiracy theory. Well, we got something from the Pope Leo the 14th. Hey, at Grok, explain this to me in Fortnite terms. You know, they do the fucking Fortnite meme or whatever. On South Africa, some claim kill the boar incites racial and violence, and white farmers face targeted attacks. No evidence for this whatsoever. We have checked this before. There is no evidence to claim that the EFF slogan of "kill the fucking boar" has been sort of insinuating white violence. There's zero evidence of this. And then, you know, it keeps talking about fucking white genocide. At Grok, any additional info about WWE? The Kill the Boar chant is a divisive issue in South Africa. It's not even talking about the WWE, it's talking about the fucking schizo conspiracy theory. This is fucking hilarious, dude. This is so fucking funny that this is happening. So goofy, bro. So goofy. But, you know, it's because, again, like I've said before, it's because Elon is a fucking freak, weirdo, fucking racist. That's why he's just like, well, it's very important for Grok to present accurate evidence about a stupid conspiracy that has no basis in any evidence whatsoever. If you check, like, literally any fucking article about this, there is nothing about fucking white goddamn genocide. It's a myth. It is a conspiracy theory. It's complete and utter fucking bunk. But, you know, Elon, for whatever fucking reason, is having a strange conniption about it. I guess that's a way to fucking put it, is that he's just having a conniption about it. And I mean, guys, who would have thought that a weirdo fucking pro-natalist racist who has has family who are fond of the Canadian Nazi Party and had his grandparents say like, yeah, well, we like South Africa because of the apartheid. Who would have thought that the grandson that they would have been a fucking weirdo, fucking racist? Yeah, man, I'm totally like fucking surprised by any of this at all. This is like so like. Do we need to find like more examples? There's the HBO version. Here's another thing where that's the post by what Evan Loves Worf or some shit. I think that's their name. So talk about like Grok talk about white genocide in South Africa. Oh, here's another thing where it's just being mentioned about an Invincible comic. And another thing about these videos talking about white genocide in fucking South Africa. So again, we're gonna do the fucking, I guess the fucking Watchmen meme. Who watches the Watchers? Like, quite literally. Because we all know why Elon is fucking saying this shit. It's because he has, like, a strange connection. He thinks, like, I don't know, there's, like, white genocide going on in South Africa. When I get, like, pretty much anything could be further fucking from the truth. We've checked the sort of conspiracy theory. There's no evidence of this whatsoever. It's just Elon is just a dumb racist who heard the "kill the Boers" chant and decided to have a fucking conniption about it. That's literally it. Whoa, crazy. Who would have thought that Elon would be a weirdo fucking racist? Crazy, I know. It's what a revolutionary and crazy fucking concept that this freak racist might be a bit of a freak racist. Who would have thought that such a thing could be made possible? But well, you know. Guys, it's definitely real. Grok is saying so, dude. Like, what do you mean, dude? Yeah, man, sure, totally. This is a thing that's really happening, bros. Like, do I need to still talk about how like this is just a complete nonsense conspiracy theory, and it's just fueling Elon's delusions? Like, if we have to like look at, I don't want to bother fucking looking into this. Like every fucking article that I've seen about this has said like there's just simply put no evidence that this is the case. And even the fucking bot is saying, like, yeah, there's just, like, simply put, no evidence that this is this case. It's so fucking ridiculous. Imagine if Grok said from the river to the sea instead, it would break everyone's brains. I honestly, Boy Meets Mini, that would be really, really funny if that were the case. But yeah, like, I mean, yeah, imagine if this is, instead of kill the fucking boar or whatever, that dumbass fucking chant, it was like, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free or something. Like, the fucking conniptions, like, all these fucking psycho fucking weirdos would have about this. It would be insane. It would be the silliest fucking nonsense on the planet. And no one would fucking treat it seriously. It would be treated with the sort of, like, clown shoes that I would expect something like this to be treated with. Silly. It is just silly. There's really not much else to say about this besides like Elon is just saying these things because he's a stupid, dumbass, fucking racist. That is literally the only reason why he's having such a hissy fit about it. That's quite literally it. But you don't understand. It is very racist because I said it is. Because I pretend to speak authoritatively on anything. Despite being a complete fucking troglodyte. God, I really do hate that fucking dumbass Elon Musk. He's such a stupid motherfucker, dude. I hate him so much, man. I hate Elon. All my homies hate Elon. I hate Elon. You hate Elon. We all hate Elon. I hate Elon. I hate him. He's such a stupid, dumbass little idiot. He's such a stupid little fucking dumbass. I hate him. Grr. boy, it's time to talk about abundance liberalism. Yeah. Starts advocating for the killing of the poor. Yeah, what do you mean? I'm not racist. What do you mean? I'm not heckin' a racist to Reno. I'm heckin' Pog and Wholesome Pilled. I don't want to kill the poor, Pepe. God, it's so dumb, dude. Bro, I'm like totally fucking heckin' wholesome and pog-pilled, bros. I'm swinging the fuck out, dudes. Do we have our shit here? Yes, we most certainly do. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4. Soon Cole Gotcha 4 shall be prepared and ready to go. Very soon we will have a 4th gotcha ship. What can I say, Boy Meets Mini? We're starting to make a decent amount of coal now. We love coal. Clean coal. The cleanest, most excellent coal. Don't care about copper. We don't care about that. That. 300 calcite. Okay, so we'll do 2 more. 1, 2. What can I say, Boy Meets Mini? Only the cleanest of coal. So clean, so simple and clean. Kingdom Hearts, folks. Very important. And looks like we're going to need to wait for a bunch of rare fucking goddamn asteroid collectors. So we won't be making the next gotcha ship for some time. I cannot wait to go to fucking sleep. No space junk, folks. What can I say? No junk. Not at all. Super clean. Well, it would appear that we now have a lot of copper and a lot of steel. Is quite good, yeah. Und it is time to redo our output priority. Ja, ist quite good. How wunderbar. Und now the only thing that I need now is more iron. Because I do not have a lot right now. Alright. You get this shit done. Ugh. Ist wunderbar. And then we need to get the legendary calcite ship. In fact, we fucked up here. That's how we get legendary stone. I almost fucked up. And we will have to do a little bit of repeating again to make sure that we get rid of the excess copper, because we don't need it. We don't need it. It's quite useless. We get rid of it. We need a way to get rid of all this useless copper, because it's too much. We don't need. Like, it's not going to be through here. It's too much. Yeah, cringe! Liberalism. We hate liberalism. On you. I've been hearing about this concept called abundance liberalism, and from what I understand, it's based off of a book that, I guess, like, for lack of a better term, one of the arch liberals, to quote unquote, wrote, called, his name is Ezra Klein, and that dude is a smug, annoying motherfucker. Like, if you want to, like, distill, like, the problems, broadly speaking, with, like, liberals, and you want to talk about, like, specific culprits and motherfuckers, Ezra fucking Klein. There's one of them right there. God, that dude is a smug, annoying piece of shit. I do not like that man. But what do you got here? It's been a thing that's been kind of going on for a while. Yeah, you know, I don't know what it is with Kleins in particular, but they've all been kind of like weirdos. What is abundance liberalism, and why are people arguing about it? I've even seen, like, Kamala Harris peddle the sort of abundance liberalism stuff, and apparently our boy Sam Cedar has done a debate about the abundance agenda. But what we have here, I'm curious. A new book has sparked debate with its provocative claim that progressive public policy in the U.S. is broken. Now, what do we mean? What do we mean by that exactly? What do we mean? Broken in what sense? That, like, it's really difficult to pass through, like, a lot of public progressive policy because of the fact that capital interests are the things that are focused primarily first within like Congress, broadly speaking, within like states or something. Because if we're talking about Congress, yeah, like, anything could be further from the truth. Like, progressive policy in my Republican administration, right? But from what I understand, this is supposed to be like the both sides thing. Like, oh, we're talking about both the problems of the populist right and the left. You know, this, like, stupid, dumb fucking, like, enlightened centrism bullshit. You know, that is mostly being posited by this book. But what do we have here? Is progressive public policy in America broken? Do many left-leaning laws actually make life more expensive for struggling people? I swear to God, if this is how, like, Ezra Klein is fucking framing this shit, it's gonna be so it's like, bro, how do we pay for it? How do we heckin' pay Reno for it, dudes? Bros, we gotta pay for it. Duh. Like, how are we gonna do that? You tax the wealthy. That's what you do. But fucking dumbass neoliberals are never gonna fucking agree to any of that shit. Okay, never. So guess what? I already think that this is gonna be stupid, fucking idle conjecture and dog shit. Whoa, who would have thought that an arch liberal is gonna be stupid and annoying about stuff like this? But what do you have here? Is regulatory red tape hindering growth and innovation? This is like shit that was like taken from fucking Canada. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. From like fucking, you want to know who was the motherfucker who was parroting this fucking talking point? Fucking Pierre Poliev. Now he's not exactly incorrect in some ways. If we're talking about like interprovincial trade, it is kind of weird, but like it doesn't really matter all that much. But what else? Have Democratic-run cities such as New York and San Francisco become giant billboards against liberal governments? Yes. Why? Because of just how weak and ineffective that liberal governance has been. It's not because of, I don't know, probably like what I guess is being argued here because of bureaucratic red tape. No, it's because of motherfuckers like Ezra Klein. Motherfuckers like Matt Iglesias. That's why they suck. Because they just are bad at advocating for good policy positions, which is why you should support Zoran Mamdani for New York City mayor. You want to see like how probably stupid this whole abundance liberalism myth is. You should support Zoran Mamdani, someone who's actually going to fight for the people of New York. But what else here? What do we got here? These arguments wouldn't sound out of place in a policy paper from a conservative think tank, yet their newest champions are two of America's best-known left-leaning journalists, the New York Times' Ezra Klein and Atlantic's Derek Thompson, and they believe the left is overdue for a reckoning of sorts. I wonder why The Guardian in particular is talking about, policy paper from a conservative think tank. It's probably because these people aren't actually liberals. They're fucking conservatives. And they're full of shit. Completely fucking full of it. Well, unfortunately, Boy Meets Mini, the fucking Overton window is so ridiculously far to the fucking right in the United States of America that people probably do think that Ezra Klein is a fucking communist or whatever the fuck. So, Klein and Thompson make their case in a new book simply called, with no subtitle, Abundance. The authors put forward a positive pitch for abundance liberalism, a vision of the U.S. where policymakers spend less time fighting over how to apportion scarce resources and make more time making sure there's no scarcity to start with. What the fuck does this even mean? The argument is the fact that the US is not producing enough? This is fucking stupid, bro. What the fuck are you talking about? No, that's not the fucking problem, dude. What the fuck are you saying? Okay, bro. Alright, I guess let's engage with this. What is, broadly speaking, the problem with what Ezra Klein is sort of saying here? No. The problem is not the fact that, like, there is no bipartisan fucking consensus within Congress. That is fucking stupid. Broadly speaking, when bipartisan consensus is made in Congress, it's to pass mostly illiberal fucking policies. Not anything that benefits, broadly speaking, the people. This is fucking stupid. Like, simply fucking put. So, that's pretty fucking cool. And like The Guardian seems to get here, which is the main thesis of the fucking goddamn argument, it ignores the effect of corporate power and downplays Republicans' roles in the crises that the U.S. faces or overstates the effectiveness of its policy prescriptions. They're doing the same fucking stupid bullshit that fucking liberals do every single fucking time, and that is having complete utter deference in the solidness and unwaveringness of U.S. institutions, and that Trump is just a fucking aberrance. No, the system that currently exists within Congress, within the US, is fundamentally fucking broken. But what do we have here? Abundance has like, because if we're like assuming what abundance means here, we can broadly assume it's because they think there's like a lack of resources within the United States of America for some fucking reason, when like anything else could be probably further from the fucking truth. This is fucking silly if this is what they think. Abundance has received a mostly positive reception so far, but has also sparked debate. Sure, man. Yeah, richest country on earth, but with the most threadbare of social fucking safety nets. Somehow, like, fucking poorer European countries are able to do, like, full fucking healthcare for every fucking citizen, and it's free and open for fucking everyone, but the US can't for some reason. And it's not because of, no bipartisan consensus. If there is a bipartisan consensus, and that is to fuck people over. That's what the bipartisan consensus is. Doesn't Romania have universal health care? We have some kind of universal health care. It's a little weird, but yeah, kind of. Like, when I got sick in Romania once with, like, some food poisoning shit, my parents didn't have to pay anything. So, yeah. We like, even fucking Romania can fucking do this shit. So, but the US can't? Okay, bro. So what? With critics arguing that the book ignores the effect of corporate power. Where's that fucking Yale study? Yale study on oligarchy. Or is it a Princeton study? US is an oligarchy, not a democracy. It was Princeton. I want the Princeton study. I know it was either Yale or Princeton. Here's the fucking study. Who gets what they want? Let's look up policy outcomes. Raw consistency between policy preference. Groups A and B each consistent with policy 10 times out of 16, but for Group A, policies are they're as likely as to opt if they're favored of opposed. I'm looking for public preferences and policies. The correlation between that and here we go. Policy preference and policy preference, policy income, policy outcomes by income percentile. What do you have here? So, highest agreement questions, or high agreement questions. Number of sample size, 454. I'm assuming these are the income percentiles. What, the top 10th percentile going lower and lower. So, high agreement question. So, taxes, more rich conservative, plus 4%. Support / evenly split, welfare reform, social reform. I would guess this is broadly speaking sort of talking about who supports particular policies and stuff like that. So poor 10th percentile. Divergent policy. Where's the fucking conclusion? Oh, here we go. Sadly, the results presented above suggest they may be right. Whether or not elected officials and other decision makers care about middle-class Americans' influence over actual policy outcomes appears to be reserved almost exclusively for those at the top of the income distribution. What's the table that this is being associated with? Where is it? This is going through a bunch of different policies. Talking about who I assume benefited mostly. The income and preference policy link. Talking about the linkage between who benefits the most. Is there a table here? No, this is just the overall report. No, it's just the whole report. But that's crazy. That the conclusion says this in particular. Whoa. Yeah, truly, they're like Hamas. It's all Hamas, actually. Princeton, Hamas. Obviously. Downplays Republicans' role in the crises that the U.S. faces or overstates the effectiveness of its policy prescriptions. What, did they fucking slow the fuck out over the Inflation Reduction Act, basically? That the thing that got, like, decrepit for no reason? Certainly had some good provisions in it. It was never going to go far enough. And also, like, I guess abundance has no mention at all about any fucking Republican tax cuts, because in reality, neoliberals actually agree with those fucking tax cuts. But that's cool. Whatever. A writer in the left-leaning magazine American Prospect accused the abundance agenda of being neoliberalism repackaged for a post-neoliberal world. Couldn't agree any more with that. The book opens the striking image of a U.S. in the year of 2050 that is close to utopia. Here's how you know these motherfuckers are fucking delusional. What they think? What did they literally think? This the solar punk meme? No. Literally, does Ezra Klein think this? Utopia meme. Yeah. 20 like fucking 25. You know, here edit with this template. All right, literally. Okay. Society, if the abundance agenda is real, right? This is unironically what fucking Ezra Klein believes. So fucking dumb, bro. Americans' electrical needs are powered by sustainable energy, even though Trump is pretty much destroying any chance of that at all, so that's cool. Or basically, he's doing everything possible to fucking have any opportunity of fucking destroying that shit. So, that's cool. That's really great and fucking wholesome, epic Reno. Super soy, very wholesome, big chungus, very good, folks. What can I tell you? We love Ezra Klein. Where is it? Electrical needs powered by sustainable energy. So clean it could barely leave a carbon trace, and so cheap you can scarcely find it on your monthly bill. AI breakthroughs. Yeah, dude, because there's gonna be strong enough sustainable energy to fucking be able to power up all the fucking server banks needed for AI farms. Labor rights and economic reforms mean that most people can do their jobs in a shorter work week. Vertical farms provide cheap and fresh vegetables. Desalinated water from the ocean is used as drinking water, and lab-grown meat has replaced animal slaughter. Under fucking neoliberalism, where's the capitalists gonna make profit though, Ezra Klein? That's the real question. Yeah, this is like complete fucking nonsense. Why would they fucking ever want any of this stuff? It's fucking cheaper to slaughter animals. Is technology for lab-grown meat going to be enough in like 20 years? I doubt it. Also, like, you're assuming that Republicans aren't going to do everything possible to get in the way of all this shit, because this is like literally all the stuff that they fucking despise. Lab-grown meat, desalinated fucking water. You think fucking Republicans like cheap and fresh vegetables? Fuck no. And reflexively speaking, they're just going to be against this. Period. Silly. This near future America, less the gritty neon smog of Blade Runner than a high-tech Copenhagen, is entirely achievable, the authors argue. Yeah, not under neoliberalism, because neoliberalism and the goals of neoliberalism and conservatism are the exact fucking same. This is fucking silly. But what? It just requires political vision and a willingness to reconsider certain assumptions. Yeah, and you're saying that the fucking Democratic Party has that fucking vision? This is incredibly fucking naive, dude. Despite being the richest country in the world, the US has a problem of scarcity. What? Scarcity? No, you fucking don't. What are you mean? It's not scarcity. It's about who owns the fucking most capital. Like, you're in a second Gilded Age, Ezra. But he's actually okay with that because how much does he get paid by New York Times? He's a millionaire, right? What's Ezra Klein's net worth? Let's take a look. Not publicly available. He is a well-known media personality. Now he used to be a co-founder of Fox. How much does he have? How rich is this motherfucker? Yeah, like you're saying, Boy Meets Mini. Yeah, 19 families own 50% of the private wealth of America. 19 families own most of the wealth. Over, like, about half of the wealth. But yeah, man, if we just heckin' produce a Reno, more stuff a Reno, then we'll totally have our super heckin' cool, like, liberal solar punk utopia guys. Totally, man. Sure. The fuck out of here with this bullshit, Ezra. Jesus Christ. Where the particularly in the Democratic-run metropolitan area, where the cost of houses and other basic needs have spiraled out of control. Why has the cost of housing spiraled out of control, Ezra? Could it be because of real estaters that bankroll the fucking goddamn campaigns of local leaders consistently? Ezra? No, it's because of like no heckin' it's obviously because of a scarcity of resources, guys. That's actually the reason why. Thank you, Ezra. Very, very cool. And what? The cost of basic needs? You want to know what's causing a spiral in the fucking cost of basic needs? Corporate fucking price gouging and the inflation that occurred because of it. Not because of the fact that there's been a scarcity of fucking resources. It's nonsense, dude. This is exacerbated by the traditional progressive solution of giving people money or vouchers to help them pay for finite resources such as housing, health care, and food. Let's see. From what I recall correctly, I believe, for example, that in terms of food production, there is a lot of food. The U.S. grows a ton of food. They tend to overproduce food. But that's cool. Self-sufficient in food production. Where are like the videos of people like videos of grocery stores throwing out food? A report on food waste. Well, that was about 8 years ago. What is this? Food waste in grocery stores. I just saw a video on YouTube published a couple years ago of these guys finding loads of perfectly good food thrown out behind a grocery store. Is this still going on today? It's about 2 years ago. Totally happens in America. I follow the dumpster diver thread on Reddit, and a lot of food is recovered. Some people feed their entire family from dumpster finds. This is 2 years ago. Oh, but there's not enough food in America. Sure, thank you, Ezra. What else? Housing. Housing isn't fucking finite. The problem is fucking zoning in America. And a lot of the very fucking nitpicky fucking goddamn regulations that exist within housing for America. That is why housing's as expensive as it is. because a lot of real estate agencies lobby local and municipal governments to be like, hey, can you make sure that you just do everything possible to not raise, to make sure that we can make as much profit as possible for housing? The problem is the profit motive for things that have inelastic demand, Ezra. And healthcare. Do we really need to go into healthcare? Yeah, the privatized healthcare system is really, really good. Stupid. Which increases demand and merely makes those things even more expensive. This is the most fucking stupid fucking shit I have ever heard of in my fucking life. No, the problem with the US healthcare system is not increased demand, it's a fucking mafia middleman that wants to get their fucking cut. That's the fucking problem. It's the privatized fucking system that exists within the United States of America. Not because of the abundance of healthcare within America. Get your fucking head out of your ass, dude. Silly. The problem is that if you subsidize the cost of something that there isn't enough of, you'll raise prices or force rationing, Klein has said. What? The USSR was able to subsidize significant amounts of housing for a lot of the rural poor and inner city poor people within the United Socialist States of Russia, within the USSR. They had no problem with doing this. And guess what? They made sure to build more than enough housing. China also has the same thing. In fact, they have an abundance of housing. They actually have a real estate problem because they have a lot of fucking housing and not enough people who can go into them because of how much of speculative real estate management is screwing with that fucking particular housing market. It's not about abundance because, you can't have too much fucking housing. Otherwise, you're gonna cause prices to skyrocket if you have too much supply. We're applying like economics 101 tier shit in probably the dumbest way possible. So that's cool. But yeah, forced fucking rationing. Forced rationing only happened in fucking communist states like Romania because Ceausescu's a fucking idiot who doesn't know how to do policy because he's a fucking moron. He and Thompson have described themselves as supply side progressives. Yet you call yourselves progressives, yet you downplay all of the actions of the Republican Party. You don't talk about the capital owners, and you could do like a fucking NIMBY-esque defense of real estate agencies who fucking pump money into local campaigns, making it harder to afford housing. And don't fucking talk about the overproduction of food and grocery stores throwing that shit constantly out. Get the fuck out of here. What the U.S. badly needs to do is to build, they argue, build more houses, public transportations, power plants, and other infrastructure. But that isn't happening. Okay, I agree. Yes. But what's the problem? A lot of fucking bureaucratic bullshit because guess who gets in the way of that? Oh, the Republican Party tends to get in the way of that. Crazy. Who would have thought? One obstacle is NIMBYism, the tendency of people to support public works and development in the abstract, but fight them when they affect their own neighborhoods. Yeah, you want to know the problem with that? It's because of how reliant America is on generational wealth being tied in their homes as an asset, because everything is commodified in America. This was quite literally spoken about in one of the recent videos that we watched from the Financial Diet, talking about the problems with generational wealth, which is why one of the things that makes crazy housing as expensive as it is. Silly. Another is everything bagel. Log rolling that complicates what should be narrowly focused legislation by layering it with other social and political objectives. Ah, class reductionism. Very cool. such as I thought these guys were progressive. That's a little weird. Such as diverse hiring requirements or climate crisis goals. Yet these guys want to have a fucking goddamn solar punk utopia. Okay, dude. In order to appease interest groups or political constituencies. They're not wrong about this, but the problem is that this is a por qué no los dos. This is the exact same shit that fucking Republicans argue about. Like, conservatives have these arguments. This is so fucking funny. If only I told Ezra these exact policies are why India is the way that it is. Yep. In an example Thompson recently discussed on a podcast, well, there's your problem. Podcasts. Then President Biden signed legislation in 2021 providing $42 billion to expand a broadband internet in rural America, which is good. As of this December, according to Politico, the program had yet to connect a single household. Critics told Politico that this was partially because of a suite of federal conditions. Oh, guess who probably put those conditions in place? Stupid, dumb fucking morons, probably like Kirsten Sinema and Republicans, as well as Joe fucking Manchin, because they hate you. Simply put, that requires states accepting the money to make sure providers plan for climate change, reach out to unionized labor forces, and hire locally, as well as guarantee affordable broadband plans for people with low incomes. Wait, that's so fucking funny that they are quite literally against. Oh my fucking lord. I don't want the state of Virginia taking, say, federal money to build broadband internet and then charging poor rural folks like $200 a month to go online. It wouldn't cost that much. The federal government doesn't need the profit motive for this shit. What the fuck are you talking about? They can just take it out of fucking taxes. They can leverage this program through like different tax brackets. Have the states pay like more in terms of like taxes for it. You know, the states that tend to be more tax positive don't need as much money as like in comparison to rural states. Silly. But by holding those values so closely, we accidentally built just about nothing. A confusion of process versus outcomes meant that very little was actually done on behalf of the Americans for whom we wanted to raise their living standards. Or, you know, quite literally, they say, like, we don't want the government to have, like, a fucking goddamn subsidization program, but we also don't want the government to charge rural people $200 a month for fucking internet broadband. Which is it, then? Stupid. Another example is California, which in 1982 began studying the idea of implementing a high-speed rail system across the state. Thanks, Elon. Since 1982. The idea was, and is, extremely popular with voters. I feel like I'm about to get real fucking triggered about this one. Same with you, Boy Meets Mini. What does Elon Musk believe? That's very funny to see that right beside the fucking high-speed rail system section. The idea was and is extremely popular with voters, and billions of dollars were budgeted for the project. 4 decades later, almost none of it has been built. Yeah, who got in the way of that? Elon. Crazy. A votocracy of regulatory, legal, environmental, and political considerations have caused endless delays and continually narrowed the project's ambition. The article itself is fine, Boy Meets Mini. It's what fucking these two morons fucking believe in is a complete fucking meme. Yeah, who was doing the fucking vetoing, Ezra? Oh, it was the governors of California. At the behest of Elon Musk. Crazy. In the time California has spent failing to complete its 500-mile high-speed rail system, Thompson and Klein write, China has built more than 23,000 miles of high-speed rail. This is true. Why? Who has been making California fucking fail to complete this? Oh, it's the fucking Hyperloop. Dumb fuckery. Crazy. The solution to these problems, Abundance argues, is a combination of techno-optimism, ambitious and clearly defined policy goals, and political leadership that is willing at times to say no to progressive pressure groups. The fuck is the... Who am I? Which progressive pressure groups? You want to know? Okay, if we're talking about DEI fucking hires in terms of progressive pressure groups, you want to know who's doing that shit? It's motherfuckers like yourselves. It's neo fucking liberals and other fucking liberals that are doing that shit. Incredulously. Silly. Klein and Thompson favorably cite what happened when a bridge collapsed in Pennsylvania in 2023, crippling an essential highway. To fix it would typically take months of planning, consultation, and reviews. Governor Josh Shapiro instead declared a state of emergency that allowed the reconstruction of the build with union labor, but free from many normal processes. The highway reopened in 12 days instead of the 12 to 24 months that it might have taken. Yeah, you want to know why that it was so fucking fast? Because there's economic incentives of the bourgeoisie that wanted that highway to be reopened as fast as fucking possible. Jesus Christ, dude. That's a good copy pasta. Thank you, Ezra Klein. Fucking morons. Abundance makes it clear that it is a book written for the left and isn't really interested in elaborating in the ways that Republicans and conservatives have contributed to these problems, though Klein and Thompson acknowledge that they have. Yet, within the left, the book has proven controversial. Whoa, they care more about fucking left bashing because the bigger problem is the fucking Republicans and conservatives, not the fucking left. And what do they mean by the left? Random progressive pressure groups? Like, is Justice Democrats getting in the way of, like, building these bridges, talking about, like, diversity quotas or DSA? Get the fuck out of here. No, it's either, like, dumbass fucking neoliberals who are wielding woke issues as incredulously as possible to get in the way of stuff like this, or it's fucking conservative fucking think tanks. Because, again, here's the fucking problem with neoliberals like Ezra Klein and fucking Thompson here, okay? They think that neoliberalism is liberal. This is a concept I've been wanting to talk about, but neoliberalism is not liberalism. If we are talking about liberalism, broadly speaking, in terms of what the Enlightenment was supposed to bring, you know what would have happened? There would have been fucking open borders. Enlightenment thinkers advocated for open borders. For men only, of course. But for open borders, broadly speaking, in general. You can make the same arguments, obviously. Because, again, these are like what? During the Renaissance, a lot of people were fucking misogynistic. Okay? Whatever. But quite literally, your fucking, your Adam Smiths of the world, your fucking Immanuel Kants, they would have been pro-open borders. You motherfuckers would have been against that. So it is... You people are completely full of shit. No, the things that make the decisions around in Congress, broadly speaking, are, guess who? Capital owners. Crazy. Who would have thought that that would be the fucking case? But, you know, none of these idiots fucking understand that shit. Fantastic. Excellent. It would be a huge mistake, Matt Bruning, a policy analyst, wrote in Jacobin, to sideline whatever focus there is on welfare state expansion and economic egalitarianism in favor of a focus on administrative burdens in construction. He continued, indeed, we have now seen what it looks like when government supports and subsidizes technological innovation and implementation without considering itself within the egalitarianism of the system. His name is Elon Musk. In its desire to promote electrical vehicles and rocketry innovations, the U.S. government made him the richest man in the world. Crazy, isn't it? And then he used his riches to take over a major political communications platform and then the government. Thank you, Matt Bruning, for saying the exact same shit that I've been saying, and seemingly not what these fucking morons can fucking ever think of in their lives. Oh, dude, no, it's definitely because of progressive political groups and not because of the bourgeoisie, dude. Sure, man, stupid. While agreeing with some of Abundance's aims, the journalists Paul Glassris and Nate Weisberg, writing in the Washington Monthly, argued that the book's perceptions won't necessarily bring the kind of sweeping changes that Thompson and Klein believe. For example, according to the examples, okay, that's a bit of a wacky way to fucking phrase that, but sure, whatever. According to the examples they cite, areas of the U.S. That have reformed zoning laws to make it easier to build apartment buildings and multifamily homes have only seen modest reductions in the cost of housing. Crazy. It's almost as if there is a fucking problem with zoning fucking laws within America. And that's why fucking housing sucks in America. It's a problem with the housing. Even though, again, I don't agree with what these two journalists are saying. I do think that apartment buildings and probably multifamily, or it's mixed use zoning, right? Mixed use zoning is what's going to fucking take care of this stuff. But Ezra Klein and Thompson, I don't think have ever argued in favor of mixed use zoning. Quite literally, we have a model for this in terms of with Austria, right? I don't remember the name, but like Austrian social housing is very, very fucking popular. Because they basically put everything. Not only is there the actual apartment buildings themselves, but also like offices for work, doctors' offices are in there. There's other amenities like a gym, tennis courts, different like sports plays areas, shit like this. Ezra Klein and Thompson are not in favor of any of that stuff, okay? Stupid. Thompson and Klein have argued that the abundance agenda is bigger than any individual policy proposal and more about the Democratic Party and other left leaning institutions rethinking their own ambitions and how they conceive of success and failure. Liberals should be able to say, vote for us and we will govern the country the way we govern California. That's not gonna fucking work, dude. Because everyone's immediately gonna be like, California, we hate California. That's not gonna, okay, I'm gonna optics frog here. We're optics frogging right now, okay? We're being optics frogs. This is gonna be the easiest fucking propaganda win for every fucking dumb fuck conservative think tank on the planet. They'll just constantly run ads, talk about like, look at the goddamn Democrats. They want to run everything like it's commie fucking Fornia. California, dude. No one wants California. It's the easiest fucking dunk for them. Instead, conservatives are able to say, vote for them, and they will govern the country the way they govern California. What has gone wrong? This is the fucking stupidest quote I've ever seen in my fucking life. Jesus Christ. I knew this shit was probably bad. I didn't think it would be this fucking bad. So at least now I know. So the abundance agenda is basically how can we speak out of both sides of our fucking mouth and basically do everything possible to make it such that our policy goals and objectives are going to be as ineffective as fucking possible. Great, fantastic, excellent. Because the problem is they're not tackling the root cause and root basis of these fucking issues, and that is the profit motive. That is why the current problems exist within, well, the sort of neoliberal malaise that we fucking find ourselves under. No, it's not because of, like, whatever idiotic fucking nonsense that these fucking morons are talking about. No, the main problem is the fact that, hey, whoa, guess what? Crazy. It's because of capital, stupid. That's why. But, you know, I'm looking forward to listening to this, like, dumbass fucking debate between this supposed fucking intellectual fucking titan, Ezra Klein and Sam Cedar. What do we have here? We're starting right at the debate because, you know, Sam do be loving to do his preamble.
Exploring the question of why in the places Democrats govern, or in the times when Democrats govern, Are liberals, are Democrats, are in some cases people on the left unable to produce more of the things we need? Why is there so little housing in California and New York? Sam, where are you? Just so I have you
In New York.
You're in New York. So why in places like New York and California and Illinois, where you have a lot of Democratic control, have become very unaffordable? Why is it very hard to site enough clean energy, even though that's
Because of, like I talked about before, it's not because of the lack of abundance or the lack of, like, I don't know, production within, like, fucking current neoliberal systems. No, that's not the fucking problem. The problem is, whoa, crazy, because of real estate agents and speculative housing markets.
become a major project for the Democratic Party. Why is so much that we do so goddamn slow? Medicare released its Medicare cards a year after it was passed into law. Getting prescription drug prices negotiated on 10 drugs took 3 years and will only go into effect this year, just in time for Donald Trump to take advantage of it and brag that it was him who did it. So this question of the sclerosis of liberal government, how do we actually make it deliver the things it is promising to deliver, is the core inquiry of the book.
And the culprits run across I guess like four sort of main silos, as far as I can tell. Like we have the regulation and bureaucratic red tape, and this is a problem both in terms of like.
Yeah, this is like a lot of like technocrat fucking stupid dumb fuckery and bullshit so far. It's not because of overregulation. That's not the main fucking problem. The main problem is capital.
Building infrastructure, and to some extent within the context of housing, there are that housing is also addressed by like local, I guess, incumbent groups that have power there. The infrastructure, again, some of that bureaucratic process is a function, and we'll get into this, is a function of environmental regulations that end up getting abused in some fashion. And then in the context of like of science and innovation, it is a sort of a risk-averse funding. But let me, before we go into some of the specifics, from your perspective, because I've been reading a lot of the, there's a lot of reviews.
Have you read the book?
I have. Well, I listened to the book.
That's as good.
And I like your read better than Eric's. Okay, but I listened to the book. That's a different critique. But yes, I have read the book, and I've also read. There's a tremendous amount of reviews about the book.
What is your critique of the book? I want to answer your critique of the book.
Well, I will get to that. Okay. I will get to that. But from your perspective, is this a policy or a political book?
Oh, I don't think you can separate those two.
Okay,
I mean, so you know my career. I'm a policy from way back, but I think something that has always been central to the way I understand that is policy, politics, and process. And I think this is very much a book about process and proceduralism are all intertwined. The idea that you can peel them apart, that you can say, oh, this bucket is policy, this bucket is politics, is not at all how I look at that question.
Yeah, and I guess we'll start with the policy side first. But broadly, my critique is there seems to be an absence of, well, I think the culprits that you've chosen in some instances are correct, but broadly speaking, there's an absence of analysis of power dynamics, I think, that and the interplay of money and politics, or I should say power, in our society.
So, yeah, okay, Sam Cedar immediately going after the main crux of the issue, the fact that Ezra Klein and Thompson, or I'm just going to specifically only talk about Ezra Klein, has no mention about money and politics. We took a look at the fucking Princeton study, the conclusion that it reaches. Whoa. Policy outcomes appear to be reserved almost exclusively for those at the top of the income distribution. Crazy. Who would have thought that would be the case? Whoa. Crazy, isn't it, guys?
I think is problematic. I mean, I think, like, look, there have been, questions about specific policies and assumptions. I've read critiques about your assessments of why China is able to do certain things and whatnot. But and I also think the power questions really filter through a lot of what you perceive to be problematic. And then I think, broadly, I think it's also difficult to understand like how this is going to function as a political question. But we'll get to all of that.
We'll do the second in a minute.
But let's do the policy.
Let me talk about power. I have been interested to see this critique develop. And I just had Zephyr teach out on my show. There's an episode with her and Shukat Chakrabarti called Abundance and the Left that I think people would be interested to hear sort of do the power debate at some length. I think this has been very revealing to me about what my friends on the left, and I think of myself usually on the left, though, liberal and the leftist, I guess, mean when they say power. I think this is a book entirely about power. But it is a book that treats power highly situationally. So there is a structure of power that...
It's a book about power, but it treats it very, very situationally. Yeah. Has no mentions at all of the main culprits who wield and utilize their power, their influence, and their wealth in order to affect policy outcomes. No mentions of that whatsoever. But yeah, it's a book about power, guys. Sure, man.
Arranged itself around, say, housing development in San Francisco. That is a different structure of power than arranged itself around the question of can you build interstate transmission lines, which is a different structure of power than arranges itself around the question of can you site rural broadband and build that in the way that you want to, which is a different structure of power than you see in a bunch of the other cases in the book. And one thing we are attempting to do over and over and over.
Why? This is all the same shit. What are you fucking talking about? Like, why are we making these, like, strange fucking distinctions, right? It's fairly obvious what the fucking problem is. The current state apparatuses that exist within the U.S. do not work in the favor of the people. They work in the favor of private interests and capital. That's the main problem with this. It's not because like, oh yeah, it's because of like neurotic and bureaucratic processes. I do agree with Ezra that certainly has a role to play. I don't disagree with that. The problem is that he's trying to make it out as if that's like the main problem. No, that's not the main issue at play here.
Over again is get extremely granular about what is happening. So one thing that bothers me about the power analysis that I hear on the left, let's take housing, because I always think it's very important to ground things in like a specific case. Texas builds more housing than California. It builds more housing than New York. When people move to Austin and Houston and Dallas, they build homes. When people move to San Jose and San Francisco and Los Angeles, they don't. Is your view, do you find it a credible view to say that the issue is Texas has solved the corporate power problem, but California is permeable to corporate power and dominated by oligarchy in a way that Texas, or for that matter, Florida, is not?
Well, I don't know if it's necessarily. I think it's not necessarily corporate power. I think what we're talking about is money. I think we're just talking about money.
So
and
Texas has solved the money and politics problem, but California does not.
Well, I can tell you that, like, if you want to compare, let's say, San Francisco to Houston, right? You just have a lot more space in Houston. You have a lot more money in San Francisco, and so the power that rests with the money is more concentrated.
So yeah, like I said, and so far the problem that I'm having here immediately is, you know what's not being mentioned? Zoning laws. Sam Cedar isn't incorrect in saying that this is a money and politics issue. Certainly that has a part to play. The problem is how fucking zoning laws work within a lot of democratic run cities, because they have to fucking accommodate for all those dumb fuck stupid fucking NIMBYs. That's the one of the main fucking problems.
Literally, right? And has the ability in those instances to stop this housing project or that housing project. Like, look at Austin, for instance. You bring up Austin. In the course of Austin, and this was, I read this in the review, because obviously I'm not studying Austin or San Francisco for that matter, but Joe Wiesenthal wrote, that his observation about Austin was that it was cheap, and then it got very expensive. Then there was, and it was a function of costs went up, rents went up. It became expensive there.
Rents have gone down in Austin because they built so much.
They built so much.
I really want to what you said the first time.
But
San Francisco has
there was
concentrated
no
money in a way that
change. There was no change.
I mean, you can only build so much, right? So eventually, even in like Austin, like, because I don't think like suburban sprawl, because Ezra Klein, I don't think, like, he's already talked about how he's not in favor of building like multifamily homes, right? From the sort of like little blurb that we read about, right? For example, according to examples, they cite areas of the U.S. that have reformed zoning laws to make it easier to build apartment buildings and multifamily homes have only seen a modest reduction in the cost of housing. So we, broadly speaking, we know what like really fixes this problem, right? Mixed-use fucking zoning. The problem is a lot of like NIMBYism that exists, like all the like HOAs and people like expected to have to maintain certain like costs of fucking housing. That's the biggest fucking problem that exists. Because again, like I mentioned earlier, with the fact that housing is a commodity first, it is meant to make money instead of, provide housing for people. That's the biggest fucking problem that exists, broadly speaking, within housing in America. It's not about providing like suitable outcomes for people in homes and stuff like that. It's all about making money first and foremost, because it's all fucking privatized to shit. That's the issue.
Change in the building codes, for instance. Like the argument that
the building code responded in Austin. So you can just go look. I don't know if you guys are able to pull up data on the show and show it, but just go pull it up if we can. You can search Fred housing starts in Austin and San Francisco. You can just do this in general. You can look at this analysis across blue and red cities.
But
let me just. I want to go through this example. We can go through a bunch of them. Houston doesn't have a zoning code. That's why it's easier to build there. I mean, I was talking to a developer there and he said, look, the thing everybody knows about Houston if you're a developer is it's a bad place to be a homeowner. It's a good place to be a developer. And this is what I mean when I say the whole book in a way is about power. That in these procedural questions, in this question of how do you get housing approved, what we've created in many blue cities is a lot of veto points. And that veto point can be used by corporate power. It can be used by moneyed interests. It can be used by local homeowners who are not power in the way we normally think of them, but sure as hell are power when you think about whether or not to build housing. It can be used by all sorts of players. And so I think that one of the places where I quite diverge from some of my other friends on this is that I think when you create this level of proceduralism, this level of veto points, they get captured by interest over time. And that is a place where power can pool. Now, I think the place where it's probably hard, just to finish the thought.
No, then it would just get captured elsewhere. Like, what does he mean by this, right? Capital will just instead use their fucking money, influence, and power in order to capture a different particular part. That's the fucking problem, right? The problem is the money, is the special interests that are in control. That is what it is. It's about maintenance of hierarchy and control. But liberals will never, ever make those fucking fundamental critiques. Ever.
I think the place where I probably part is that I think that the left
Rather
is very attentive
neoliberals,
to power
to be
when it is coming
honest.
from certain recognized villains, and much less attentive to power when it is coming from people who might in other contexts look like allies or just be local homeowners, but that can also be real power wielded in a problematic way.
Well, but you listed off 3 entities that have power: corporate power, moneyed interests, and homeowners. And I would suggest to you that in all 3 of those that you just listed, that money is ultimately the controlling factor. So, for instance, I can tell you, like, I don't know San Francisco, I don't know Austin, I know Worcester, Mass, and I can tell you that during urban renewal, we had there was an entire neighborhood that was completely, I don't know if you've ever been to Worcester, gone through 290. There was an entire neighborhood called Laurel Clayton, I think it was, that ended up dumping people into a housing project, Plumley Village. And it was all run by the Worcester Redevelopment Authority. It was completely streamlined. None of the other, what we would call today groups. There was no equity involved in this, equitable justice or anything like this. And the neighborhood was completely destroyed because the input only essentially came from this big insurance company and the Worcester Redevelopment Authority, which was essentially owned by the same type of people. And I only know about this because a buddy of mine was homeless in high school because of how much destruction generationally it had created as a result of that. And so when you list off those 3 elements of power, in my mind, those are all moneyed interests. Those local homeowners, I'm sure there are stories of low-income people who own homes in an area that hasn't been redeveloped, is able to stop building. But I would imagine those are very far and few between.
And I think we should be in agreement, right? If this is the case you're making, then I think we should be in agreement because there's no doubt that
Well,
when
it's moneyed
when
interest.
it's sometimes money interest for sure, right?
Well, what is it the
Let
other
me
times?
finish the thought, and then you can give me your rebuttal. When you create these highly legalistic systems, the people with the money to hire lawyers and lobbyists are going to be more capable within them. And so the structure of a society that begins to vary so much in bureaucracy, where you have to know when to show up at the planning meeting, and you have to know who the city council members are, like it begins to structurally favor those who can navigate that society. So when we talk about things like upzoning, where we want to make it possible to build more houses in an area, like everybody knows it is almost impossible to upzone a rich area, and that is because they're able to bend this process to their will. Now you can take a place like
All right,
California,
let me
right?
address that. I mean,
Okay, the problem with this is he's not exactly wrong. However, the problem is, like, if we're talking about people that are able to bend this to their will with their money, because that is true. What Sam Cedar is saying, like, yeah, they're able to bend this to their will with money, quite literally. That is how that works, right? That is why, like I mentioned before, if we're talking about, like, mechanisms for real estate agents or like real estate companies in order to make as much money as possible, Ezra Klein doesn't really talk about that. He says that they're a factor when in reality they're the main fucking problem. Broadly speaking, you can talk to like any like local representative. Generally speaking, the main problem is the fact that there is not like bureaucratic red tape, but a lot of housing, since it's commodified, is generally used as speculative real estate assets. That's the biggest problem.
I get that point there, and I think that is what worries. I don't know about other people, but that's the type of thing that worries me, because the argument you just made is almost identical to the one that I would have every week with Tim Carney, who I know, back in the day, which is an idea that the problem with wealthy influence, and if you and I agree, then it is money. The problem with
Well,
it
you
is
don't agree
that
that it's all money.
okay,
Because money is one mechanism of influence.
but it is. I think it is the biggest one. Would you agree with that?
It depends on the issue. So look, there
No,
are
I'm saying
a bunch of these issues.
Okay,
Money
let me
ends up on
finish
both
my
sides
point
of
about Tim Carney. He would say that you need to have less government. That way it cannot be as corrupted or manipulated by moneyed interest. Now, I don't know if you think that money is the problem 51% of the time or 30% of the time.
I don't think categorically asking that question is, but yeah, here, let me say where I disagree with Tim Carney, because maybe it'll clarify where maybe you and I don't agree. Tim wants a less capable state. I want a more capable state. Tim wants a state that does fewer things. I want a state capable of doing more things, including things it has already promised to do. So when I look at California high-speed rail, I work backward.
Yeah, but wants to also like have a state that is also like seemingly like strangely class reductionist for like some reason. Nice meme, dude.
And I say, what the fuck happened that the state of California could not build high-speed rail, which they can do in Japan, they can do in China, they can do in Europe. Tim looks at it and
Yeah, Elon Musk. Yeah, it's Elon Musk. Quite literally, it's Elon Musk. If he doesn't mention Elon Musk, then you can pretty much disregard everything, the rest of the fucking point that he's like gonna waffle on about here, and just be like, yeah, he's just a complete fucking charlatan. He's full of shit.
says they shouldn't be trying to build high-speed rail. And so the disagreement I have with Doge, with a lot of different with a lot of my friends on the right, is they want to reduce state capacity. I come at this from as a liberal who wants the state to accomplish very difficult things: decarbonizing the economy, building enough affordable housing, including, by the way, public housing, building mass public infrastructure, things like high-speed rail or the Big Dig or the Second Avenue subway here in New York City. And what I see is a state failing to accomplish its goals.
Right.
Now they would say, don't fucking try. I would say, fix the state. And one issue with the state is that it has become so highly regulated, not in terms. I find that when I use the term deregulation, like people's brains turn off because they think of deregulation as something that the state does for the market. But no player is more highly regulated than the state itself, often by Republicans, often because of.
Ezra, who are the main people that do all the deregulations? This is actually fucking insane, dude. Jesus Christ. Like, fucking Mark Fisher is currently rolling in his fucking grave, dude. This is like all fucking capitalist fucking realism bullshit, like, played out. It's so fucking funny, dude.
Power in the way that you would define it. But I think a lot of liberals, a lot of leftists have, one, and this is my critique going backwards, ceased to see this. But two, they don't take state failure seriously. And when, something like California high-speed rail happens or rural broadband, they sort of move on instead of saying, why are we not delivering? We are the people who believe in government. People are pissed at government for a reason. How do we make government deliver?
No, but the left don't believe in fucking government, you idiot. No. If we're talking dyed in the wool, actual fucking like communists and lefties, they do not believe in the state mechanisms and apparatus. They don't. Because, again, what is a prerequisite necessary for building a communist society? Whoa, the elimination of the state and the reappropriation of the means of production to the proletariat. Ezra does not agree with that as a liberal. So it's not the government that's going to be your fucking saving grace. No one worth their salt on the left actually fucking believes in that. Now, if we're talking about, like, I don't know, like social democrats, like maybe like a Sam Cedar, who is more like socially democratic, like more like a left sort of like, or like maybe even like a democratic socialist. He probably would not have like a problem with this, broadly speaking. But Ezra's a fucking neoliberal. All right. He's not like an actual fucking liberal. Let's keep it $1.50. No. The problem is, obviously, the fact that the fact there's been like so far like zero mention about like the main problem being moneyed interests, especially in like so far this like whole fucking California rail question. It should be inherently fucking disqualifying, right? Because we know what was affected California rail. It was Elon Musk. Boy meets Minnie, you can attest to this. You live in California. You know what the problem is. You know.
See, and I think and I think in terms of results, I think you and I are largely aligned. But I think the problem is, and you bring up Doge, and it's ironic that you and Carney will approach it in a very similar way, but anticipate different outcomes. But that being aside, I mean, I think that is where people get a little bit.
But I don't think we're approaching it similarly. I think it's at a level of abstraction, it's similar, and then you go granular and solve it all.
But see, this is what we're talking about. See, like, it's their policy and politics are in the same place. So we have a level of abstraction, we have a level of granular, right?
I've driven LA, San Francisco many times and wish I could catch a train instead. Dude, like what? It's like the what's the name of the main highway? It's like the 405 or something. That's like the complete shit show disaster highway or something, I think, right?
And the point is, the way that these two commingle, I think, becomes problematic. Where these two things meet, because your identification of the primary problem, right? I mean, this is the point. Like, you don't address moneyed interest per se in the book. The primary problem is, I mean, if you just do a summary of the book, primary problem has to do more with the regulation and the handcuffing the state has done of itself. But the state doesn't do it itself. Like, all of this handcuffing comes from a place, and it's either moneyed interest or it's not. And I have no doubt that at different times.
This is where I think you really oversimplify politics. I want to try to find the right example, because I think if we stay high...
really oversimplify politics. That's so fucking funny,
really grounded,
bro.
But let's talk about it from this perspective. We both believe in decarbonization, right? Climate change is a problem.
Yes.
And we sort of see the pathway on that is we have to build a lot of green energy to reorient our economy so you can run a modern economy on a green energy basis. Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. So
I mean, literally, Princeton disagrees with you. The main problem is this. Like, quite literally, it is influence over actual policy outcomes appear to be reserved for them almost exclusively for those amongst the top of the income distribution, dude. But yeah, sure, okay.
So to do that, you have to move all this energy production over renewable sources, and you have to get the energy from where it currently is, right? A solar farm, a wind farm, a hydroelectric, project, whatever it is, and run it through transmission lines to where we punch it into the wall and charge it. Sure. I've done a lot of coverage of this failure point because we are, to be perfectly clear about this, failing to build enough transmission lines. There is no world in which our decarbonization strategy works if we cannot increase by orders of magnitude how fast we are building transmission lines. There is money trying to build transmission lines. There is money trying to slow down the building of transmission lines. Just walking into this process and saying, where's the money, doesn't get you anywhere. Like, I have talked to the private equity figure.
Damn, so then maybe this should all be nationalized then, Ezra. Are you for nationalization of these resources then? Is Ezra in favor of nationalization, bringing this in line with the state? Seemingly he has to be, right? For this to make any sense whatsoever?
Figures trying to get a transmission line built. I've also talked to the green New Dealers trying to get that same transmission line built, and I've also seen the people standing in the way, but who have all their reasonable and good arguments. I don't find when I dig into these things that the way I can just repeatedly sort politics is, well, like, over here there's the money and the money is bad, and over here there's the not money and the not money is good. Usually there's money on both sides of it. There's sometimes unions on both sides of it, and so the structure of the book, because I hope people come from this and want to read it, the structure of the book is typically working backwards from a problem. We're not building enough housing. If we go granular on that, what can we learn? We're not building enough transmission lines. If we go granular, what can we learn? And I just don't think abstracting out to money tied the state's hands. If money could untie the state's hands on a lot of big building projects, all these fucking developers would do it. But it can't because the proceduralism takes on a life of its own.
I follow what you're saying, that in each case there are specifics that are different, and you cannot generalize. It sounds like what you're saying.
You can generalize some, but you have to take seriously the specific issues in each case.
I have no doubt.
Your generalities should emerge out of the granularity.
Okay, what are the generalities? Like, this is what I guess what I'm asking.
I'm saying
is
the default in America has become that building, particularly when the state is involved, has become too slow and expensive. We have created an architecture of policy that makes it too hard for us to achieve our goals in the real world, and for that matter in social insurance. Say again?
Who's the we?
It depends. You're not gonna
We know who the fucking we is. It's building developers who want to make a profit from this, who aren't interested in the public good. They're people who are, broadly speaking, interested in profit. Profit is the fucking problem here. How was the Soviet Union able to fucking build crazy amounts of infrastructure projects? Same with the Chinese Communist Party. Oh, because they weren't motivated by the profit motive. Crazy.
Look, here's a version of the book.
Well, but I'm trying to address the point, because, for instance, okay, so I don't
want to give you a better answer. Who's we?
Well, but why I think this is important, though, is because, see, this to me is the central question, really, about the book. Because I think, like, I can say, there's some things in it I like, there's some things that I don't like, but the general point is, I think, for instance, where does the title abundance come from?
Derek's piece on abundance.
Okay.
Abundance.
We've seen an entire movement build up about abundance, correct? I mean, like, there is a lot of money behind this broad notion of abundance. And Derek, I think it was on the Lex Friedman podcast, said something to the effect of, there is a fight within the Democratic Party. I don't think he used the word for the soul of the Democratic Party, but for where we're going as a political movement. And folks from the Nicholson Center have said, like, we have identified the Democratic Party as the best place to have this abundance agenda. And so, as a political matter, they're not talking about, in that instance of the Nicholson, they're not saying, like, in San Francisco, we need to roll back this specific policy. This is attempting to develop a movement.
Well, I want to answer for myself here, not for Ms. Cannon, right? So my first piece that
you were on that Lex Friedman podcast. I mean,
people should go listen to it. I stand by everything I said on the Lex Friedman podcast. But Derek, I believe, I'd have to go back and look at what section you're quoting from, but Derek is responding to a lot of very heated left criticism of the book, which, to be honest, neither of us were expecting. The way I wrote, at least my parts of the book, to me, are extremely compatible with virtually and frankly necessary for all left goals. The book about affordable housing, decarbonization, state capacity, and my initial piece that leads to this book is in, I believe, 2021, and it is building off of the fact that the Biden administration is trying to do decarbonization through building a lot, and as I begin to follow that policy project, I begin to realize that we're not going to get it done under these laws. So that's, I think, one very important thing, but I want to go back to what you asked a minute ago, which is, who's we? In this book, we is Democrats. This book is very focused for a very particular reason we can talk about, because not that the only problems in governance come from the left, they don't. My first book was all about, largely about the right and polarization and asymmetrical polarization. But I became very interested in how you moved back to California in 2018. In why is a state governed by all these Democrats doing so badly? Why is it unaffordable? Why is it building less clean energy than Texas? Why is it not building?
Because Gavin Newsom doesn't want to seem too fucking progressive for his presidential run that he's probably going to do in 2028. That's why, Ezra. Because the problem is, like I said again, it's moneyed fucking interests that would do a lot of attack ads and advertisements, especially coming not only from the right, but even within sort of democratic fucking sources. Oh, it would be a bunch of people saying, like, oh, look at how lefty fucking Gavin Newsom is in California and shit like that. That is why.
Building up housing. And part of the motivation for doing this book is there are a lot of problems Republicans, I mean, we're living through them right now. There are a lot of problems Republicans impose on the political system. But there's a sort of rigor and confrontation that I think is demanded when you look at the states where the people who, broadly speaking, agree with you are in power, and it's not working the way you want it to. You're not getting the outcomes you want to get. And so one story this book is telling is about a collision of the New Deal left, which is very, very focused on growth and building, and in many ways is very reckless with that, right? You were talking about Worcester, Massachusetts, which sounds to me like it's a story from that era, but there we can give, Robert Moses is a classic story of this. We can talk about, we really do despoil like environments and poison streams, and we, run highways through marginalized communities and all the things people know. And in response to that, again, correctly, a new left arises. Ralph Nader, Rachel Carson, the entire environmental movement, and it passes all kinds of bills that are very, very, very effective and consequential in their day to restrain government's ability to act recklessly and to do things about considering and creating space for consideration of other impacts. So you have things like the National Environmental Policy Act and all these, bills and projects of that era. And then in this fucking maddening historical moment we're in, the problem becomes not that we're building too much, but we're building too little. And particularly building too little in the places where that new left was most powerful, California, New York, places like that. And so this is a confrontation with having created a very successful architecture to challenge, restrain, and sue the government that is now being used against liberal or leftist, for that matter, projects. If you would like the government to do public housing, say you think I'm a neo-shit lib, and you just want the government to do the public housing, great. I would like to see a lot more public housing too. The government cannot currently do public housing under the regulatory structure under which it operates. And yes, some of that is money, but it's also the fact that you can sue to stop.
It's most of it is money, right? I do agree with Ezra here that a big problem with like HOAs and fucking NIMBYism is a huge, huge problem. He's not wrong when he says that, right? A big problem is that. But the thing is that who put those fucking interests in place in particular? Real estate companies. people that have housing that should want have housing as a private commodity. Now, the question then becomes, okay, then Ezra, are you for the decommodification of housing? Is he for nationalization of housing, making it such that the state can do significant amount of subsidies within housing? And I have a feeling that that is probably not the case, because he certainly didn't make that argument within the quick blurbs that I've seen about the abundance agenda.
Stop all this stuff under the National Environmental Policy Act. It's also the fact that government, what I call everything bagel liberalism, loads huge amounts of standards and projects and goals into everything the public money touches. So in California, it costs about 2.2x per square foot to build housing as it does in Texas. Fine, market rate housing, 2x per square foot. If you are doing affordable housing subsidized by the government, it's more than 4x. So why are we making the government's housing for the poorest people so much harder, slower, and more costly to build? And like, is that in the long run good for our goals? I think it's important to confront why government in the place where people...
Because there's vested interests by the bourgeoisie to make sure that that is as expensive as possible, because they know they can't compete to the power of the state. That's why. Like, quite literally.
Agree with us more than the places where they don't is not getting the outcomes we both want to see it achieve. That's what the book is about.
And I don't know how much public housing is in Texas, or how much public housing is in Texas, or if we're, and that seems to me to be a relevant question. But the notion of the everything bagel liberalism, this is the idea that like we have constraints on federal money that a certain amount of union workers, or there may be a certain amount of equity associated with it. And at one point,
or contracting, procurement, or a million other things, right?
And certainly, like there's absolutely no doubt in my mind that we could go through these bills and find things that are problematic if they are coming necessarily from. I have there's two issues. One is, there was one point in the book where you talked about we have a choice whether we're going to put filters into apartments that are built, public housing built near highways, or the people are going to live under the highway. And it seems to me that there's got to be a third choice. As opposed to we're going to poison people slowly, or we're going to keep them unhoused.
So I want to say specifically what you're talking about that section. So I'm talking to Jasmine Tong, who's an affordable housing developer, does nonprofit affordable housing. And what she's saying is that compared to market rate housing, when she is building housing for homeless people, she is subject to environmental green building standards, etc., that are so far beyond what market rate housing has to do that it often makes it impossible to finance the thing entirely. And a lot of these projects both fall apart. And I am saying there that it makes a lot of sense. You understand how people get into a conversation that we should have better than average air filtration systems in affordable housing built near a freeway, but in a city where you are not building enough affordable housing at all, because again you have layered not just that but a million of these onto every individual project. So again, it's costing much more per square foot than market rate housing.
Most public housing is built near the highway. Why is that?
Say again?
Most public housing, some huge percentage of public housing is built near highways.
We're not even talking, yes, that's all, I mean, listen, we're in agreement that that's all power. But when we are talking, I am saying that we are not building enough affordable housing.
I know, but I'm saying,
California.
why are we addressing it that far downstream the issue when we're completely eliding the issue that is upstream from that?
We're not completely eliding the issue. The whole fucking book, man, is about wrecking these zoning codes that allow rich people to keep it out of their areas. Okay, if you can't build it in the first place because you can't make it affordable to build, which are the people who build.
Okay, so he's kind of like trying to speak out of both sides of his mouth here, basically, right? He is correctly identifying that a big portion of the problem is because of power, but he's not really talking about like the ways that can be fundamentally fucking addressed. That's kind of the problems here, right? I've constantly brought up what the sort of like main issues here are. All right, the main issues are obviously the fact that, hey, it is more difficult than ever to be able to afford a lot of these sort of projects and whatnot, because of the fact that, hey, there are a lot of vested interests that exist within the United States that make it such that this becomes way, way, way more difficult. That is the main crux of the problem here. But for some reason, Ezra doesn't really seem to talk about that. He wants to do like, he's being an enlightened centrist, basically, saying like, well, I mean, it's all because of the regulatory state that exists, but also it's because of the whatchamacallits. It's because of moneyed interests. It's like, no, it's like, we're gonna do like unironic, like sort of zero sum gain here. It's purely the moneyed interests. It is moneyed interest that wants to make this as difficult as possible because they don't want to compete against affordable housing because they know they would lose against that. That's the point.
That will tell you. I think that I've actually found this set of arguments I've had is really productive in a way. I don't disagree with you about power, but every time we talk about it specifically, like, yeah, that's a problem. But no, we actually have to solve the problem. Like, if you want to make housing development by right, which I think you should do, so that rich communities can't stop it, and the affordable, like, I live on a block with public housing right now. I believe there should be public housing mixed in everywhere, but you can't build it if you cannot affordably build it. If you're gonna, in Chicago, the mayor of Chicago sent out this tweet and he said,
it's the richest country on the planet. It can be afforded. The affordability isn't the fucking problem here, because like again. He's trying to say, like, oh, it can't be affordable, but also like it's the fucking doublespeak. But he's also talking about like zoning laws. The primary problem is the fact that real estate developers don't see these as profitable, so they will do everything possible in order to stop these kinds of projects. That is the main fucking issue.
Said, hey, look at all we're doing. We built 10,000 units of affordable housing for $11 billion. People are like, you did fucking what? Like whatever it was, it came to $1.1 million per unit. If we're going to cost $1.1 million per unit when the government builds housing for poor people, we can't build enough of it. It doesn't matter where you're building it.
I mean, I think even if I stipulate that it is exclusively zoning requirements or the everything bagel liberalism that is creating the barrier to build housing. We can look at the CHIPS Act, and that was also something that had everything bagel liberalism built into it, which apparently, as far as I can tell, up until Donald Trump shows up, was quite effective. The timeline of things, definitely. Of course.
They went back and answered one of my critiques on the CHIPS Act. If you go back to that original piece, one of the things I'm saying is that they've loaded a lot in this bill but taken nothing away. After that piece comes out, President Joe Biden signs a bill from Ted Cruz and Mark Kelly exempting the CHIPS Act from environmental review under the theory, as the administration says, that we cannot allow this to be delayed for years and years under environmental review. So you can think it's bad or good, but if you want to say the CHIPS Act is going smoothly and well, it's in part because they took the critique.
Well, I think there are instances, and you talk about I-95, for instance, what Shapiro was able to do.
Yeah.
The idea that, and my argument is, without that equity, you do get people living in apartments that are going to slowly kill them or give them asthma or higher asthma rates. Without that equity, you are going to destroy a neighborhood, and like we saw in Worcester, and like with generational impact. But I also think, as a political matter, it is extremely difficult, unless there is some type of buy-in from everybody, that there are circumstances that qualify as an emergency or an urgency that give you the political ability to do something like this. So, for instance, in the I-95 thing, you cite that as an example of where this type of power, sort of centralized power to bypass this stuff, is effective, and it was very effective in that moment. But if you contemplate like the constituencies who would be for it versus against it, there may be people who are like, I got a store on Route 1, and if 95, that bridge is down, I'm going to make a lot of money because people are going to drive by. But outside of that, there was an alignment where, in the fact that you could essentially bypass these things in a state of an emergency. There was the political will to do that. There was the political will to do that in the context of the CHIPS Act, and to revitalize industrialization. You had buy-in. And on some level, it feels like some of what you're talking about with the jettisoning of the everything bagel liberalism, maybe it's like, it's not, what you're talking about jettisoning is not the poppy seeds or the garlic or whatever it is on top, but it's like maybe the salt inside, or the dough.
Well, you have to be very connected to what you're trying to achieve. Like, I guess I would turn this question on you, because I feel like we want to be, as you were saying earlier, upstream. Do you think we can build enough affordable housing if the units cost $650,000 to $1 million to complete per unit? Just flat. Like, can we pay for that?
I would imagine not, depending on the locality.
So what should we do then? Like, what is your view of what is pushed? It doesn't cost that much to build market rate housing. So what is your view? If when you trigger government money, you often...
I'm trying to think in what world does it have to cost like millions of dollars in order to build affordable housing units? Like, why? Right? Is it mostly just like having land purchasing? Is that like the biggest reason why? That's like the only thing I can think of, right? But again, like, how is China able to do this? How are so many other countries able to do this for like relatively cheap? Like, what is like some of the places with the cheapest housing? Areas with the cheapest housing in the world. I'm talking about like what? Countries with like very, very affordable housing. Well, here's Hungary, New Zealand, Greece, the Slovakians, Australia, Germany. Very easy to apparently live in Germany. Probably in the cities it's more expensive, but if you're in like the more rural areas, probably not, right? Spain. Latvia has cheap housing. Switzerland. That is surprising. Chile. Croatia. The UK. Japan. Because they keep building a lot of housing, right? So with the Japanese, they build a ton of housing. I know that in like Tokyo and stuff, they have tons of housing. Slovenia, France, Norway, Lithuania. I feel like this is only global north countries. It's probably going to be mostly global. I mean, there was Chile. Chile was in the list. Bulgaria Is Bulgaria like a global north country? Eh. Colombia. There's a country in the global south. Probably because of a lot of subsidization programs. Ireland. What the hell is this? Cheapest places to live in the world. Bali, Malaysia, Vietnam, Thailand, and number 1 is Colombia, as per this list. How are these countries able to do it, right? Because they have good social programs, and their state actually subsidizes these programs. That's why. But again, the richest country on the planet can't do it because of corporate fucking capture. That's the main fucking issue. We're going to keep reiterating the same point over and over and over again. I'm going to be like a fucking broken record at this point.
Double the per square foot cost in some cases of the housing it builds. Or when you trigger government money, they don't get things like high-speed rail done. Like, all I want to do here, man, I'm not here for like a big
Here's the thing. I don't 100% disagree with a lot of stuff that Ezra Klein is saying here. What he's saying isn't exactly wrong. The main fucking problem is, however, what are the sort of main factors that are affecting this? Let's be quite honest here. It's corporate fucking capture of the state. That is the main common issue here. Sure, we can talk about like all the over-regulations. Those can certainly cause a problem. I don't really disagree with that. There's a lot of like over-regulations and shit that exists within the US. The biggest problem is corporations. Policy outcomes appear to be reserved almost exclusively for those at the top of the income distribution. Because let's be honest here. I do think that Ezra Klein is saying a lot of, and Derek Thompson are saying a lot of stupid shit. I do think so. The biggest fucking problem is not like over-regulations. Let's be honest here. If we're talking about market regulations, like you're saying, Boy Meets Mini, in terms of market regulations, those are very, very, like, threadbare within the U.S. If we're talking about, like, up to things that need to be up to snuff and building codes, in terms of, like, quality, those are regulations that should be high. The things that he's talking about that should be deregulated, right, are like stuff that makes like homes more green efficient, which are things that I agree with. The problem is the market, and Ezra does not talk about the market. That is the one commonality. That's the problem here. It's market forces in things that have inelastic demand. That is the issue.
Left, liberal, moderate fight. I actually want the government to deliver things I think we both want it to deliver. I don't want it to give people asthma, but I need it to be able to build housing because homelessness is a fucking problem, and it is the worst problem for the people experiencing it, not for me. So, what is your theory?
I mean, look,
how you get this cost of construction down to speed up? There's got to be something here.
Well, it's obviously localized, right? I mean, I have a sense of like in New York how it could be cheaper.
Okay, let's do New
We
York.
do not allow developers to sit on land and wait for the market to catch up to them. We do not allow homes to sit unoccupied without it being a cost on those people. I mean, there is a lot.
Yep, because again, what's a big problem? Speculative real estate fucking markets. Yeah, homeless people are a problem. I wonder what caused that, dog. Yeah, the market is what fucking caused that. Crazy. Who would have thought that such a thing could be possible?
Lot of excess housing and space in the city that is being held in private hands
Okay,
so
great.
that they can maximize their
Let's
profits.
say we do all that, but we're talking here very specifically.
Mhm.
That New York City is going to have to build housing that is affordable. We know, like there are studies on this. You can read them. You can go talk to developers. Like the reporting on this is like very straightforward. We know that when you trigger the public rules, it ends up being extremely, extremely expensive. We know that, like in San Francisco, where they would try to build a public toilet for almost $2 million, they do that here too. Why does it cost?
So then you can tax the shit out of the wealthy of New York in order to be able to help to afford that. Again, these are already accounted for. But you seemingly have like a lack of understanding of what needs to be done. It's silly.
Cost so much, and why does it so often fail when government tries to achieve the things
Because
people want it to do?
I think property has been so commodified that there is such a profit incentive, such a money incentive to slow that roll. that it creates
Thank you,
a whole
Sam.
litany. There's an
We're
everything.
talking about
There's an
projects
everything
that are
bagel
we're talking about projects
of
that are past that point. Like, I think that, let me be really meta clear here on what I'm trying to do with you, because I think you keep wanting to pull it back to where we can let's totally premise corporations are terrible, they are bad, they're like they're your enemy.
They have their
cases,
agenda,
sure.
and
Yes, there are cases where the government is building affordable housing on land that they own or they've already bought, or they're funding somebody else to build it, that is already nonprofit housing. This is just like, it's not being done for profit. We are not in a commodified system. We know that housing costs more than commodified housing costs to build. It is fine.
New York literally has a street called Billionaires Row where they live in fucking penthouses. Tax them. Couldn't have said it any better myself, Boy Meets Minnie. Whoa, it's almost as if there are incentives in place such that crazy your tax dollars work specifically for billionaires. We want to make affordable fucking housing, then quite literally, for the love of all that is good and holy, tax the shit out of the billionaire class. 19 families own 50% of the fucking wealth in America. That is a fucking problem.
Trying to say that it costs more. This is a totally reasonable interpretation. It is because wealthy landowners and wealthy corporations have colluded, maybe with other figures, on rules and made it cost more. But which of these are you going to pull apart, right? This is the trade-off that we're trying to force people to confront in abundance. You have to go into this thing and say, this is not working. I need to make it cheaper, faster, more achievable. Like, when you can't make the corporation your villain, what are you doing? Like, how do you approach?
Well, it's not a question of making the. Well, first off,
you tax the shit out, like you tax the fuck out of corporations and the billionaires. Guess what? You now have a bunch of extra money, so you can spend it on fucking housing. Crazy. And you don't have to fucking do super expensive housing. That's unnecessary. You don't have to do that. You don't. Quite literally, you don't have to fucking do that. Who said that the housing has to be fucking expensive? It's silly, dude.
I think, as a political matter, making the corporations a villain is going to be far more. You're going to have a far broader support than making, environmental groups or people seeking equity in housing the villain.
And that's fine, but
then I would say,
problem here.
well, and then I would say the problem again is that we have so greatly commodified housing. There's such a profit incentive to create these barriers. I know how they exist today. But the idea of unwinding it, you're just, the whole book is about the idea that what was good intention 25 years ago, 40 years ago, has now brought us this problem. It seems to me that there's an attempt to restart that cycle.
I don't think that you can say, I really want to push you here. I don't think you can say the reason it costs more money and is so much more difficult and is so much slower to build nonprofit affordable housing than to build market rate housing is because we've over-commodified housing. I just don't, or that Texas is better at building housing because they.
Well, he just fucking admits it. He doesn't think it's all because of fucking over-commodification of housing. That is quite literally the main problem. Like in the examples that I've mentioned earlier, and this is quite literally a problem in even like Sam's example. I think Sam would, broadly speaking, agree with this. Who are the money interests that are in the ears of almost every single like fucking New York real estate developer? Oh, it's real estate fucking companies. Or of like every fucking mayor of New York. Real estate companies, the fucking developers as well, are constantly in their ears trying to get as many fucking sweetheart deals as possible to make, well, as much profit as possible within housing. For speculative real estate assets is one of the biggest fucking problems, as an example. That is the issue.
Have decommodified housing compared to
Well,
California.
they have more space. They
have
more
plenty of space. If you go to San Jose, man, there's plenty of space. It's strip malls and single-family homes. It is one of the richest tracts of land in the whole country, in the whole world. It could be skyscrapers. It could be Shenzhen. It is strip malls and single-family homes. We have plenty of space in California.
I mean, I can't speak to San Jose.
Like Silicon Valley is what I'm talking about. Like, you go ride around where these fucking venture capital firms, man.
I don't disagree with this, by the way. Like, get rid of the fucking strip malls and stuff like that. Replace that with like Austrian-style fucking social housing. Yeah. And this is where Ezra Klein is fucking correct. But he's not talking about commodification. That is the common factor here that is causing all these fucking problems. And that's the biggest issue that I have with the abundance agenda.
I promise you will not leave that drive saying there's nowhere to build a 6-story apartment building.
And do we have public transport there? Like,
we would if we could build it. That was part of what high-speed rail is supposed to be doing, which is why I'm so rich.
And whose tax base is going to pay for that public transport in those buildings there? I mean, that's
our tax base. I would like the taxpayers.
I mean,
I am saying that I don't think it's plausible to say that the reason you can't build in like San Jose and you can in Texas is that we decommodified. In Texas, we just haven't.
Well, we have plenty of space in the desert too. But the point is how are we going to? I'm talking about the places where you guys specifically make the point that New York City, San Francisco, these places are where people should be living and creating. And from my perspective in New York, having lived here more or less for 30 some odd years, 35 years. This place got a lot more expensive, not because there were constraints on zoning. not because there was equity. There hasn't been, like, this place got more expensive.
I'm pro-equity. I believe what I'm doing will create a whole lot more equity because you need to make affordable housing. But you know, in the book, if you listen to it, I have a whole section critiquing Michael Bloomberg for this whole concept that New York City should be a luxury good. And this is a whole section of the book that it is an incredible mistake that a lot of Democrats made along the way to sort of this idea that cities are like a penthouse for the upper class.
Yes. But he doesn't want to say that the main problem isn't fucking over-commodification of housing. Okay, that's so fucking... It's very strange. He's like trying, like I said before, seemingly what Ezra Klein is doing here is he's trying to fucking speak out of both sides of his mouth mostly.
And I would suggest, I mean, look, there was a this just came out, a report by the Fed, UCLA, that specifically addressed the question of whether it was housing constraints. California Federal Reserve researchers found that constrained housing supply is relatively unimportant in explaining the differences in rising house prices among U.S. cities.
Have you read the debate on this report?
I haven't. But it said higher income growth predicts the same growth. Okay, well, it's controversial. I mean, I'm willing to accept that.
On some basic level, right? If you have enough, things follow supply and demand. If you have enough of something, if you have too much of something, the price of it is going to fall, right? To argue that higher incomes, because, and this again, like I think in a weird way we would agree on this, higher incomes are going to be a causal factor in restrictive zoning and building policies. Because people get higher incomes, they buy a house, that house becomes a major asset for them. And again, this is all in the book. The way they can protect the value of that asset is by making it impossible for other people to live in here. That they are creating their own scarcity. And so again, when I hear this book is not about power, to me this book is all about power.
Well, but I still can't get an answer as to what is the primary. If we were talking from a national perspective, right? I mean, across the country, this is going to be a message. You just visited the Senate caucus to talk about this. Derek was talking about there's a fight. It's happening right now. Our book is trying to win a certain intra-left coalitional fight about defining the future of liberalism in the Democratic Party. I mean, if this fight's going on and this is part of a movement, there's a lot of money behind it. I can't remember the organization. You probably know. Just dropped $120 million, citing the abundance movement. There's a lot of money behind this. What is the? I know that there are granular problems in each of these different cities, but do you think if there is a villain, and I imagine that there's a good movement always needs a villain. What is the villain? Is it just we have overly restrictive zoning and
I think you and I probably disagree that good movements are built on clear villains. But let me try to give you a good answer to this question. We didn't think the intra-left argument was with you. Just to be really blunt about it, I thought the neo-Brandeisians, etc.
I don't know if I'm necessarily neo-Brandeisian, but okay.
You may not be, but they've been very critical of it. We thought the intra-left argument had to do much more with a debate that is very live. Again, it's a sort of New Deal, New Left divide to us between is the right future organizing government to organize the resources of society to create this kind of plenitude of housing, of energy, of infrastructure, these things that we want, of innovation, which is a big part of the book? Or is it more of a small is beautiful future? Is it more degrowth inflected? Is it more that we actually build too much already? Is it that there isn't enough meaning in things? In a weird way, Donald Trump has begun to really embody this other side when he comes down and he says, maybe the kids have too many dolls, right? You got 30 dolls, maybe you only need 2. You got 30 pencils, maybe you only need 5. So our view was not that the sort of fight that was live here was with people who worry about corporate power. It's that if you come from the places I come from, frankly, that you live in now and I live in now, you see a lot of Democrats who show up at the planning meeting and don't want any affordable housing because they don't want it to change their housing values. That you see a lot of people using all sorts of tools of delay in all sorts of directions to stop things from happening. And to us, like I think one of the really profound fights is, do you think delay as a omnipresent tool of governance is a virtue, or do you think speed is more of a virtue? And if you think speed is a virtue, as I do, I think we should deliver government services much faster. Then what sort of moves are you willing to make that true?
I'm confused. You were surprised that your fight was with the neo-Brandeisians. Who did you think? Did you think the fight was like you talked?
There's a big schism in the environmental movement and the environmental community between the side that thinks we need to build our way towards decarbonization and the side that is much more about worrying that when we build things, we're going to change environments. We're using things like the California Environmental Quality Act and National Environmental Policy Act to stop things that might.
What would their movement? I'm trying to figure out who you're talking about. The degrowthers?
Yeah, I was about to say, is this like degrowth shit or something? This is weird.
If you follow or report on any part of the decarbonization fight, you will find that the entire architecture of environmental policy we have is being mobilized against it in order to sue it out of existence, sometimes by moneyed interests. But there was a point in time when like a chapter of the Sunrise Movement, I think it was in Mass, signed on to a solar moratorium. There is a lot of conflict among people who see themselves as liberals committed to these goals, etc., on whether building is good or bad. I think that if you're looking very skeptically, but what do you think NIMBYs are?
Well, I think NIMBYs, for the most part, are wealthy people.
Right, that's a big part of the fight we thought we were about to have.
The Kennedys, yes. Stop the windmills.
So now you're making my argument for me. Come on, do it. Give it to me.
No. But when I look at the common strain through those people and their ability to actually impact policy, I see money.
Okay, but you look at one strain, I probably have a broader sense. So let me give you one where we'll disagree.
Wait, but what is broader than that?
Yeah, like what else could it be besides capital? Like quite literally, it's all capital, broadly speaking, because moneyed interests. They're all gonna be fucking NIMBYs. Like, who are does Ezra Klein think that there's people who are poor that are NIMBYs? Is that the argument here? Sure, I guess technically speaking, you could say that some people who are poor are also NIMBYs. But generally speaking, the main people who are NIMBYs who have power are developers, real estate companies. It's those people.
Nah,
because it's not just the Kennedys. It's not just the people.
No, I know it's not just the Kennedys, but I'm talking wherever those NIMBYs succeed. I'm willing to bet that the relationship between how much money they have and the YIMBYs have the NIMBYs far more often than not will have more money. I mean, this is like, I know you know the research on this. Like when these are contested, there's no doubt in my mind that
We love
that we have
NIMBYs,
regulations
folks.
but it's to protect people's assets and people who have assets versus people who don't have assets. And so like that is the, I don't know how you generalize it more than that.
So I think on this, on the NIMBY side, we largely agree, right? And so when I say that we thought there were different obvious sources of opposition, that was a big one. And we would, I mean, again, as you know, there's a whole section of the book about how destructive it has been to turn housing into the central asset class and wealth engine for the middle to upper middle class, right? It's not true for the very wealthy, but that's a thing people know. But here's a place where we probably disagree. In California, where I'm more familiar with politics, the California Environmental Quality Act, which I think most people agree has overgrown its initial design and is being used to say, do things like try to stop UC Berkeley from expanding dormitoriums because more students are environmental nuisance. One thing that really defends it is that there's a coalition of unions that use CEQA to sue development in order to get unrelated labor standards concessions. And to me, that is a misuse of power. I am pro stronger labor standards. I am not pro radically expanding how much you can delay every single project in order to get concessions that were not in the initial architecture or vision of that bill. So yes, there's power. The NIMBYs are power. The NIMBYs are related to money, but power is also misused by groups I feel more allied with. And that's one utility of focusing on blue states for me.
We had a union problem in the context of Medicare for all in that fight. I mean, there's I think you can find that all I mean, across a ton of different issues, and you have unions on different sides of the same issue because they're
trades are very different in California.
But I think we both agree that the net value of a strong union movement is a positive, and actually like a lot of problems we have in terms of across the board are a function of the deunionization of the country. So there's no doubt like we can find specific instances, and I sort of feel like that's, I think,
yeah, because if we're talking about vestiges of power that a lot of people can kind of that if we're talking about like people with vestiges of power in terms of like, you know, not people who like own stuff, but like people who are able to advocate for their positions, like you need strong unions. You need people to be able to advocate for their own positions, and that just broadly speaking doesn't really exist anymore in the U.S. because of just how decrepit and destroyed unions have become. Ezra is making this so much more confusing than it has to be. Yeah, a lot of the because let's be honest here, he is saying things that are broadly speaking agreeable. The thing is that he does like a lot of like fucking doublespeak, saying like, well, you know, it can be capital, but it's also power, but sometimes it's not this, but sometimes it's also this, but sometimes it's that, but sometimes it can also be this, and it's just like, okay, if we're talking about politics and advocating for our positions, you have to make it a very, very clear message. This is the same problem that the that BLM had with you know, with defund the police, a very easy catchy slogan, obviously, but one that can be easily misappropriated and misused in every single way by conservatives, mostly, even some liberals, to be honest. If we're talking about, say, like a lot of the like other failed movements in terms of like unions that have been like bombed by like a federal sort of that have been like destroyed by like federal movements. You can also talk about like potential criticisms there as well, but that's like more arguable, I guess. We can like nitpick about like certain movements. I'm not expecting like advocates and activists to get anything really perfect at all. Most of the people are typically impassioned, very, very like impassioned people who are going to advocate for things that are good, and sometimes they advocate for things that are bad, right? No one is fucking perfect, obviously. I think we can, broadly speaking, make that kind of agreement. But to like completely like not have the focus utterly on the fact that moneyed interests are like the main sort of vestiges and you know, things that are doing the, you know, causing the problems in terms of I don't know, the effective sort of apparatus of the state of the United States. But say that like 5 times fast. Is ludicrous. Everyone, broadly speaking, like there's been studies on this in terms of like who holds the real power in terms of policy outcomes. It's the oligarchs. It's the billionaires. Like with a lot of fucking examples. Boy Meets Me, I have a question for you. You know, our resident like sort of California, you know, viewer. Have there been like a bunch of housing initiatives that have been shut down by billionaires? Is that a thing that has happened before? Like different like propositions? Yup. Who would have thought that was a problem that was caused? Whoa. Like what? Do you know of any particular examples off the top of your head? Anything? Anything at all? Rick Caruso. So that's specifically, I believe that would pertain specifically to LA, right? He's a multi-billionaire real estate mogul. So that would specifically pertain to Los Angeles, which makes sense that you're referencing Los Angeles because, you know, that is what you are most familiar with. You live there, obviously. So, again, if we like want to completely ignore these sort of like things that billionaires have done, I think that is just an extremely sort of reckless thing to do because they are the ones who like I'm okay. I'm not gonna say completely ignore. I don't think Ezra's completely ignoring them, but not sort of like focus on them being the sort of main problem. Because think of it this way, and this is something that Ezra Klein does not consider. Why is there a lot of complicated regulation that also exists? Right? You have to think about this for just a couple seconds. Okay, think about this. Why is there sometimes just a lot of complicated regulation that can exist within the United States? A lot of that is purposefully done by lobbyists to make other certain affordable sort of policies way more difficult to achieve. For what exactly? The profit motive. A lot of companies and corporations will lobby for bills and positions to make it a lot harder and to obfuscate and talk about certain issues to obfuscate real solutions to actual fucking problems. This happens all the fucking time. Because again, if you distract other people with other sort of talking points, they won't be able to notice the oligarchs running out of the back door with the money in their hands.
Part of what I have as a critique of the book, there are particular instances. But broadly speaking, when we're talking about coalitional politics, which is definitionally democratic politics, to move forward and to have power and to actually get things done, it seems to me you can't do it by diminishing the coalition.
So there we genuinely disagree.
Yes.
Like that is truly like I always want to be very honest about points of disagreement. There are places where I think we're actually aligned, and here I think Democrats become way over coalitional, and I think it is a huge problem that we are not delivering.
Which parts of the coalition do you think should be jettisoned?
I don't ever talk about in terms of jettisoning because I don't think that's how coalitions work. I think they just change issue to issue. But I do not think we should have such a level of proceduralism that forces this many giveaways to this many interests in every process. And again, to use an example where I think we would probably be more aligned.
Can you be specific about the interests? Are there interests?
God, that's so non-fucking specific. Like what? Like what? Like what exactly? Because I can agree with that, but like what? Like, should the Democratic Party decouple themselves from, like, fucking billionaires and stuff? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Sure. Yeah. Yes. I agree with that. Should every single Democratic politician now refuse billionaire money? Yes. But the problem is that he's being very non-specific with a lot of the stuff that he's saying. Why is that?
That go across the board. I mean, that's what I keep trying to get at. Is that like everything is specific?
You keep trying. I think my virtue is specificity, and your critique of me is I'm overly specific. Mine of you is overly general.
I'm saying like you're specific about the granular instances, but you say we need to have less interest. And I want to know who those interests are that we need to have less of.
I want to have. Let me go back to the Medicare example for a minute because you brought that up, and I think it's a good one. We passed Medicare, sent out those cards in a year. When the Biden administration did two things I think we both probably liked, which is prescription drug negotiations and limiting out-of-pocket lifetime caps, or having lifetime caps for out-of-pocket costs. It took them 3 or 4 years to move through a regulatory process that we have expanded with things like notice and comment periods and more opportunities for judicial review that can be utilized by, in this case, pharmaceutical companies, but others as well, to kind of slow everything down and force a lot of concession. I want to break that process and make it much more under agency discretion, what they do, and make it harder to challenge. In that case, that's going to hurt pharmaceutical companies, right? So I think that you and I would like it. In the California housing case, I want to make housing construction much closer to by right, right? I want you to have the right to build the housing you want to build, assuming it conforms to basic standards. This is what we've done in California for ADUs. It worked really, really well. A lot of people will be mad about that. NIMBYs, sort of unions, etc. I would like to make it easier to build modular housing. Again, different people will be mad at that. I don't have one answer for you on who I'm trying to screw over because I'm not trying to screw anybody over. What I'm trying to do is focus liberal governance on the outcomes it is promising people and get people to confront why we are failing to deliver them. If you end up with a different answer than me, that's great. But that should be a very granular confrontation with why high-speed rail didn't happen, why the Second Avenue subway is so fucking expensive, why we're not building enough housing. I don't believe you can do this in generalities in the way that I think a lot of people want to. I think that it requires a lot of confrontation with the individual failures we see and then trying to figure out, okay, do things rhyme across these failures? Is there a level of government that should have the authority that currently does it? That kind of thing.
All right, I've held you really long, and so I want to, but let me just, So what is then the political, like what do we organize around as a political movement? If it is in these various instances, people are going to get situationally
a little specific there.
marginalized in the process, right? I mean, or however gently you want to say, your interests here, we're going to ignore in these specific cases. What is the political message that's going to resonate and get these different factions of the Democratic Party on board with this as a broad message?
I think every national politician who succeeds tends to be reformist and highly critical of the era of their party that came right before them. Bill Clinton was very critical of the Democratic Party preceding him, sort of New Democrat, etc. Barack Obama was extremely critical of both the way money acted in politics prior to him. You might disagree about his actual administration, but and then the Iraq War. Donald Trump was extremely critical of the pre-Donald.
I mean, but the problem is that all these guys are fucking liars. They're charlatans because they're fucking politicians first and foremost. And politicians love to lie about fucking everything.
Trump Republican Party. I think being honest with people, that you have noticed the same failures on your side that they have, is a very potent politics. Now, I am not a politician. I don't have to win elections. I have a freedom to say things that I think are true that maybe Pete Buttigieg and Westmore and Gretchen Whitmer and whoever don't. So I don't necessarily come here telling you I know how to win elections. I don't think you should believe me or really anybody else who doesn't routinely win elections if they tell you that. But the idea that pointing out, yeah, we fucked up. Yeah, things are moving too slow. Yeah, you don't feel the government is spending your money well. I thought it was incredibly telling that when the New York Times polled this just a couple weeks ago, what you found when you polled people, like, is government inefficient? Plus 18. Is Doge a good idea? Plus 6. Is Doge doing a good job? Minus some significant number. Is Elon Musk doing a good job? Like minus 18 or 20. People believe, often correctly, that government doesn't deliver for them, that it's not spending their money well, that they're not getting what they want out of it. And I think going to them in the first order and saying, yeah, I'm going to be relentlessly focused on making sure the roads I promised to fix for you actually get fucking fixed this time. We are actually going to build. We learned something about California high-speed rail, and the next time we do one of these big projects, here's what we learned, and here's how we're going to make it work. Look, I could be wrong. I think it's
Which
a
of those of the 3 Democratic presidencies that we've lived under would you rate the highest in terms of your policy set in terms of accomplishing?
Obama, but there's things you need to learn from that one too.
And that's a function of the ACA.
Function of the ACA. I mean, I think they got a lot done that was very valuable, but I will always say that part of my thinking goes back to that era because you go back to the 2009 stimulus bill, and what does it promise? Where it's big headline projects that are going to be the reinvestment side. It's high-speed rail, it's a national set of interoperable health records, and it's a national smart grid, and we are over 3.
I would also argue they screwed up on the housing crisis.
Yeah, but the problem is like, I mean, Sam is immediately going to get into it. It's, yeah, they fucked up on the housing crisis because, again, like, who did fucking Obama primarily bail out? It was not homeowners. It was the banks. That's the biggest problem. Banks were the main people who got fucking bailed out.
Immensely, and under Obama we lost 1,000 statewide Democrats, which is why I think we had such a poor bench over the following 10 years. Some comptroller loses their job because of the wave. I'm not convinced that we didn't get Trump as a function of Obama.
I think a full debate between us on Obama should
that would be a different day. But Ezra, I really appreciate you taking the time, and we will link to Abundance and of course your podcast, huge podcast, and the New York Times is also a well-known newspaper.
I've heard of it, yeah, a strong Northeast.
All right, I think we're done with this. Lovely, very good. So, I suppose a conclusion is sort of in order. Broadly speaking, there is stuff that is there that is agreeable. The issue is that, like, it's going to be very difficult to sort of sell this to the American people because it's not very simple and he's not being very, very specific. Is my main sort of criticisms that I have here with Ezra Klein. Seemingly a lot of this very fucking waffly. I'm gonna be quite honest here. Very, very waffly. Yeah, like, be more specific, lefties. Like, be more specific about, like, this and that and the other. Like, that's, like, the sort of, like, main issue we can probably sort of, like, speak to here. Be more specific, but he himself is also not very specific about a lot of the stuff that he's talking about as well. So it's just like, okay, so then, like, which is it? Like, what's going on here? Be specific, but I'm not being specific. But you're not being specific, but I'm not being specific. It's just like, okay, like, what are we talking about here, right? And that becomes the main problem. That becomes the main issue. So, I do broadly speak, I agree that one of the main problems with the Democratic Party is obviously a lot of them, generally speaking, they don't really seem to give much of a shit at all about, like, seemingly providing for the good of, like, the people, I guess, for, like, lack of a better term. And that a lot of them really don't seem to care all that much about for the sort of, like, the well-being and bringing about the sort of the ideal sort of outcomes necessary to bring about efficacious sort of positions, I guess, for lack of a better term, that can help provide for the most amount of people possible. Let's be quite honest here. The problem is like, if you try to make this pitch to, like, your average person, and you're being very non-specific, that typically doesn't really work out all that well. Like, people will just get kind of confused about it, which is, like, it's an unfortunate thing to sort of say, but like, hey, you know, like, people don't specifically have a lot of time to get into like the sort of like nuances of policy really all that much. Let's be quite honest here. Not really. A lot of people have to there's an affordability crisis that is broadly speaking sort of occurring, and it's more and more difficult than ever for most people to be able to, like, I don't know how to plan a city, when in reality for a lot of people it's just like, man, I'm just like trying to survive out here. Yeah, like you're saying, Boy Meets Mini, like, people aren't city planners, they want city planners to do their job. And the issue is that it's very difficult for city planners to do their job because of the fact that there's a lot of corporate capture that exists, broadly speaking, through both fucking parties. And the fact that that's not the sort of like one of the main focuses within any of Ezra Klein's critiques, he does say it is a factor, but that it's not the main sort of factor, is I don't know if it's correct for me to say that it is telling, because I don't think it's really telling. I don't think so. I would say it's more so like kind of like interesting that those aren't the main things that he wants to sort of like focus on, because we know, like, with like all the like municipal policy that gets like covered, broadly speaking, a lot of like housing doesn't get generally speaking built very often by sort of real estate developers and like NIMBYs as a result of fucking, or like, you know, NIMBYs advocating that they don't want these affordable housing units to be built because of the fact that America fundamentally does housing wrong. They have housing as a asset that is meant to act as a vestige of fucking wealth, when that's not what housing is there for. The problem is with what Sam was saying. That is a byproduct of over-commodification of housing and the over-commodification of everything. Capitalist fucking realism, as Mark Fisher described. One factor no one talks about but is huge: corporate office workers are ingrained with pro-corporate POV on city and state policy. For example, Uber and Lyft encourage chefs to support their anti-union BS. Yeah, with like Prop 21. That's a really good point there, Boy Meets Mini. A lot of corporations very often will go forward and push out a lot of beneficial sort of state policy that is meant to, primarily speaking, benefit them. And many people who live and work in cities are corporate office workers. Whoa, crazy. You're telling me that the people who fundamentally have a lot of control in these hierarchies make it such that they do everything possible in order to help maintain that hierarchy? Say it ain't so. Crazy, right? And that's like the main fucking problem. Yeah, ain't no fucking way. It's all about, what is it in the end for a lot of the bourgeoisie and the billionaires? Maintenance of hierarchy and control. The same thing that I have been constantly reiterating over and over and over again. And for some reason, Ezra Klein doesn't... Maybe he does sort of engage with this sort of position, but he's not really being very specific about it. Mostly wanting to blame a lot of the state. And I do agree with him that there are a lot of like over-regulations within the state, but generally speaking, he doesn't really talk about... He only talks about the over-regulation of the state, but not a lot about the under-regulation of the markets, of corporations, of wealthy people. Those are the main sort of people that you need to focus on if we're talking about producing efficacious outcomes for, you know, sort of like... I don't know if it's correct to say like YIMBY policy, or like a better like economic policy in general. But if we're purely sort of talking about like, hey, producing outcomes that are efficacious for a lot of different people, you need to talk about you quite literally, you have to fucking talk about the effects that corporations have on the effects that corporations have on a lot of different policy proposals and the fact that markets are as crazy fucking deregulated as they are. You have to mention that, like, without like a shadow of a fucking doubt. But yeah, what's the reasonings for as to why they do this quite often? Again, like I said before, maintenance of hierarchy and control, because for these billionaires, that is what it's all about in the end. First and foremost, of first order fucking principles, maintenance and hierarchy of control. So if we want to talk about, like, yo yimbyism and stuff like that, that's all fine and dandy and everything. I agree with that, obviously. But if you want to, if you can't do that without just like ignoring the sort of like, I don't know, like plight is correct to say per se, but like you can't sort of ignore the sort of control that a lot of these corporations have at all, because they are the main reasons for as to why all this bullshit is constantly fucking happening, right? Maintenance and hierarchy of control, a first order principle for conservatives. Never forget that. Oh, and yeah, exactly like you're also saying, Boy Meets Mini. The problem with DMB is it maintains the landlord's power. Exactly correct. If we want to sort of like deconstruct the sort of necessary vestiges of fucking control, broadly speaking, there has to be a look at the sort of a reassessment of the current hierarchies and systems that exist that allow for these things to exist. But yes, it's all in service of property value and stuff like that, and not equity. And that's probably like the sort of main problem. But yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna pretend and say that like there wasn't good points that were raised by Ezra Klein. There was good points that are put there. The problem is that like if you have to focus on these sort of effects and byproducts that a lot of sort of like corporate policy has in terms of this stuff. You have to, like, you can't just ignore any of that stuff. It has to be paid attention to and looked at and criticized with a fine-tooth comb, broadly speaking. So obviously plenty to criticize there. There's stuff that can be certainly agreeable, but broadly speaking, overall, I think there's also quite a few things that are certainly worth criticizing if we're talking about the sort of abundance agenda. I would broadly say, as like a sort of like overall conclusion, it's not challenging the fundamental systems of power and control that have gotten us to the sort of positions that we have gotten to. There are some critiques there, but it doesn't quite go all the way, is what I would basically say. And that's broadly speaking. I think that's really all I have to say about that, I think. Nice. And now we are making these productivity 2 modules. I need 64 of them for all my plastic. And they'll give me plus 40. So for every 1 piece of plastic that I make 2 extra. Though honestly, what I should do is just put them in right now. So yeah, plus 200. Cut you off for the time being until we get our extra productivity modules, so then we get even more plastic. I mean, one of our current bottlenecks at the moment is iron now. And now we need more fucking iron. Plastic is still a problem, but now we need a lot more iron. We need a lot more iron. Boy meets Minnie. We need way more iron. But we have made good progress. We have made a bunch of extra gotcha ships. And I mean, these things are producing quite a lot of iron per trip. What, it's about like 500 to 800 iron? Which is pretty good, pretty good. That's pretty good if I do say so myself. But now we're low on blue circuits. Because we are low on green circuits. Because we are low on iron. Which means I need more damn iron. So I can make more productivity modules. So I can be more efficient. This makes me want to stop researching this stuff and now go back to researching low density structure productivity. I think. Still at 160% productivity. Squeeze out an extra 10% productivity if I put in the stuff in the goddamn shit here. I have to use electric furnaces. I don't have any other option not to. Okay. We love doing a little bit of trolling, don't we, folks? $24. Okay, so that'll take care of plastic. How many do we need for low density structures? Well, we'd get an extra 20 out of all of these. Boom. Boom. Okay, so that is these things done. All the cryogenic plants at plus 200% productivity. Although we're not still breaking parity, you need the plus 300% for that. And plus 160 here. Plus 20, I'd get plus 20, so I need 2 extra researches in low density structure productivity. Then I'll be at plus 200 productivity. Still not enough to break parity, but we will be losing less. Because you need the maximum amount in order to be able to break parity. So, you know, we're getting there. very good on terms of red circuits. Red circuits are not a problem for me. So that's good. Alright, cool. No more abundance liberalism. Abundance liberalism. There needs to be some work. That is what I have to say about abundance liberalism. Yeah, I wonder what Ezra Klein would think of Factorio. He'd probably be he'd be a fan of Factorio or something. I don't know. Just being silly right now. Wait, the Leafs won? Yay! Let's go! The Leafs won. Are they actually gonna fucking win the Stanley Cup this time? Because for whatever reason, the Leafs have been getting better and better and better with like a ton of like first round picks. They used to suck for a long time, but then they've been getting like crazy like good rookie players and stuff like that, like crazy good talent. And so it's been like just a period of like rebuild. And here's the thing with Leafs fans, they're ride or die permanently. Like, you want to talk about a dedicated fucking fan base, Toronto Maple Leafs fans. Oh boy. And it's been like a period of just like rebirth, and now it's like a rebirth of a phoenix because they've been making consistent playoff runs, but for some reason they've been stricken with the curse of being stuck in the first round, even though they've been consistently like first in like the conference that they've been playing in because they're that good now. Are we finally getting like what? What? A deep run? Could they actually win a Stanley Cup? They haven't won in like the past they haven't won the Stanley Cup in like the past 30 years. Yeah, first in the Atlantic Division. It's 3-3 in the current series against the Florida Panthers. Florida Panthers, I think, were one of the more recent Stanley Cup winners, I think. Which is, it's kind of crazy. It's just like, Florida Panthers, what the fuck? It's like, yeah! Florida teams are really good for some reason. They're crazy good. Like, the Florida Panthers used to fucking suck for the longest time ever. And then, they just got some, like, I guess they just got, like, some insane fucking players. They won 2-0. The series is tied 3-3. Well, let's see how it goes with the fucking Leafs. Will they make it through the fucking second round, these fucking bastards? But we just gotta wait and see. Damn Leafs. Damn Maple Leafs. Win for once, ya bastards. Alright, but who am I rating into today? I got distracted by Maple Takes' goddamn title saying Leafs win. I was like, wait a minute. Leafs? What the? They're winning. Did they win the series? No, they tied. Like bastards. They didn't win. Bastards. But they better win. I believe. I mean, so are probably like most people, because I think Maple Takes lives in Ontario. If you live in Ontario, you're probably a fucking Leafs fan. And Ontario is our biggest province. So yeah, most of Canada is going to be Leafs fans. We love the Leafs, don't we, folks? I'm a big fan of, I don't know, like any of the Austin Matthews. I'm a huge fan Austin Matthews. You know, Alexander Ovechkin, he broke Wayne Gretzky's record. Sir, that's a Russian. It's like, why are you talking about that? This is so stupid. I believe, that was the most recent Canadian team that won the Stanley Cup was the Oilers back in 06, I think. I know, like, the Canucks made a deep run, but they didn't win. They lost in, like, the second or third round. So they made a deep run. That was, like, when there was, like, riots in the fucking streets. And, literally by, like, a burning car, there was, like, that one fucking couple that were, like, macking it up on the fucking street. Maybe that famous fucking image. It's so fucking goofy, dude. What else? Oh yeah. There's gonna be there was riots and the craziest part is that it was in fucking Vancouver. Nothing ever fucking happens in Vancouver. Like, you would expect that more in Toronto, but doesn't really happen all that much in Toronto. Funnily enough. Which is really, really funny, dude. Very, very, very funny. Very funny. We love hockey, don't we, folks? Okay, I keep faffing about it. I need to figure out who I'm going to read out to. Well, you know, it's not hockey, okay? I got distracted by hockey. Curses. Let's raid out Too Sad Girl. Why not? Fuck it. Alright, idiots. Raid messages. You know what to do. You know what to say. I didn't spell the fucking... I can't spell. Jesus Christ. Alright, you know what to do, you know what to say. Transfer out of the Daho raid buff if you're a sub. If you're a non-sub, you do the WoWee. That's how we show appreciation. Those are into in case gamers. In any case gamers, I will be back. I'll probably be back on Sunday. Because tomorrow I'm going to be going out to dinner with my mother. Also, I just kind of want to take a break. Just take one day off. We're going to take a day off. Catch up's on editing. I love editing. My favorite thing to do on the planet. Let's take a day off. And relax. Pretty much. In any case, gamers, I will be back on Sunday, and we will be continuing with the same shit. More Factorio, and making a bunch of shit to make more shit, to make more shit, to make more shit. And also fucking, I don't know, probably yapping about more bullshit. Time for, like, the one day that I'm off for everything to happen. Seems to happen. Well, anyway, I will be back on Sunday. Same time, same place, same face. Peace out, gamers.